Okay. Um, just setting the streams up. If you're here already, sorry, that's what I'm doing. Probably should have somewhat of a more streamlined process of doing all this stuff, but yeah. I guess I'm not a professional streamer, so that's not here yet. Allow Google Chrome to find devices. Yeah, sure. Sorry. Let me just see, view my channel. Let me just test everything, make sure everything's going fine. Yes. Okay. Sound. Let's run that here. Okay. Wait, let me. Is my sound coming in? Yeah. There we go. All right, and I'll post that one. All right, I think that did it. Where let me just let me go to that Twitter so I can have all three things going on at once. Sorry, it usually takes me a few minutes to get all my streams set up all at once. And then maybe I should like, whenever I do this, I should just like pin, you know? Pin to my profile. That's right, bitch. Maximal engagement. Wait a second. No. God damn it. I need, oh, right. Highlights. Justice. Yes. And then I put it right all in one fucking thread like an OCD person. Number 3. Yes, we are making this a regular thing. I don't see many people watching, or only 2 people right now on the thing. I started a little late. Usually, I guess I tried to start at 8 Pacific, which I realize is already late pretty much everywhere else in the country. So these are just like late night streams. This is like a, I guess, do people still watch like late night shows? Those late night shows, like late night with blah blah blah. I'm just like, oh god, I never really watched those shows growing up. Never really interested me. Uh, you know, just didn't do that. Why do that? So yeah, as many of you know. Wait, somebody. Completely random question. That's funny. Somebody sent me a DM about WMAF, but it's never mind. Yeah, contrary to popular belief, I actually don't like talking about that, that much. It's just like, I think what happened was like, like a couple years ago, or 2 or 3 years ago, like, when I was like, well, everybody canceled me anyway, so I have nothing to lose by like fucking talking like saying the absolute truth about the WMAF. And this is like probably early 2023, I want to say. And yeah, this is like when I was like, what? This is when, like, I guess like this is around the time I was getting my account back. I was still being a little bit more rambunctious, I guess, online. Yes, I was even more so than I am now. But when getting my account back on track, getting back all the followers I lost, you kind of have to, be a little bit more aggressive when you only have a few hundo followers, or a few, when you're first starting out, you don't even have that, right? Again, if you start your account again. So anyway, early 2023, I was just like, I think that was around the time, also a few months after Elon took over, and he was going on about like how he had to fight the woke mind virus, and I was like, you know what? This WMAF thing, that's the fucking mind virus. That's the thing that I'm just kind of like, all right, you can say that like maybe that, maybe I'm off by a number or like by magnitude or by whatever, but you can't deny that there's a discernible pattern that's fucking going on here. Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I'm trying to argue this shit. And I guess like in 2023, when everyone canceled me already, I was like, you know what? You can't cancel me any further than I'm already canceled. So I'm just gonna fucking say you can't call me more of an incel than you've already have. You've used up all your canceling cards on me. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna call it the WMAF mind virus and basically build out this whole fucking theory about the WMAF, like this whole psychological fucking theory about it, just to troll you fucking retards. That's the thing. Like, I think people like think, oh, I'm obsessed with it because like some white boy took my girl one day or something. They like invent all these fucking stories about like how me personally I'm affected by this fucking WMAF mind virus. Like, no, that's not. I don't fucking care. Like, if an Asian woman has like fucked white guys in her life, I don't want a WMAF mind virus patient. So yeah, that's just like retard. But yeah, that's just kind of like why I went off like that, back then, because it was just like, it wasn't like I cared about it personally, but it was just like the logical disconnect, the cognitive dissonance that these women were trying to spew. And I was just like, are you fucking serious? Like, do you not see material reality right now? Do you not see, is the perception not matching the idea? Because no, it was not. The material reality was not matching the fucking idea in your brain for like 50, 60 years. And somebody needed to set the fucking record straight. But now I'm tired. I feel like I've set the record straight, but people are still fucking retarded and don't get it. So I'm just kind of like, oh, God, you're never going to get it. Do you have a weekly schedule yet, or is it random? I'm going to try to do Thursdays and Sunday nights around 8. Yeah, obviously I was late today, but, this is kind of like for the more chill crowd, the more people who want to wind down at the end of the weekend, obviously not on Friday because people go out on Friday night. Not me, because I'm a loser. Obviously, I just live with my books. That's what I do. I live with my books. Oh God, I hate how this thing kind of. Hold on a second. I need to view my other thing. Oh yeah, there we go. And lock it. All right. Oh yeah, you could be a mod if you want. I don't know how that works. Do you want to? I mean, like I stream through Twitch, and I stream through YouTube, and it streams through Twitter all at the same time. So I try to monitor all three to keep track on like what's going on. Oh yeah, I guess I did say NYC Mayor lolz, so I guess I can talk about that for a little bit. Got to catch you live this time. Nice von Clausewitz War College. What is 07? I don't know what that is. Man, I think I should. Whatever. My Twitch stream only gets like one person following it anyway. I just bought Death Stranding 2, so maybe I'll do, I don't know, just like a stupid video game stream. Hideo Kojima, one of the few Japs I like. I wonder if somebody's gonna censor me for that. That one, that's bad for me. I'm not allowed to say that kind of stuff. You're so racist, Doug. You're so racist. That's right. I am racist, but I'm scientifically racist. I use science to determine my racism. It's called the Lysenko theory of racism. I still have to build out the entire theory, but essentially it has to do with, it's not really about your genetics that determine your behavior, but the overall surrounding culture and geography that probably predicts what kind of person you're going to likely be, or what tendencies you might have. Let's see. Oh, that's a thing the Groypers would type in their streams. I used to be a big Nick Fuentes guy. It essentially is a guy saluting. Oh, I guess I see it. It's like if my 7 was like that, or 7. If that was a 7, that would be 07. But like the mirror image of that, so that would be that, right? I don't fucking know. So that's the 07. Look at me, I'm hip. I'm a 20-something-year-old Gen Zer. Yeah, that's me. Sup, Nico P. Dropping by to say hello. David Nico P's already got the sketch. He's got the sketch on tap. Who would you vote for if you lived in NYC? I wouldn't waste my time voting. That's who I would vote for. I would vote for staying inside, not wasting my fucking time with liberal nonsense. Just fucking voting. It doesn't matter. Heads, you get a stupid fucking retarded mayor. Tails, you get a stupid fucking retarded mayor. I mean, great. It's just like, fell for it again award, right? It's just kind of like, let's be real. Let's be fucking real. The guy is like another in the line of the Obamas, the AOCs, the we shall overcome. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. It's the latest in the line of that. It's like, oh, well, I had a dream. I had a dream that you fucking sucked balls. Okay? That's what I had a dream about. Nature, not nurture. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just kind of like, for example, it's just kind of like if you tell a certain demographic that the only way they can succeed is if they are, entertainers or athletes, then guess what they're going to try to do and become and put all their energies towards. And probably waste other opportunities doing anything else if they fail. It's both. What's both? Oh, I think that's 7 thing. 07. New York City is in a lose-lose situation. Yeah, well, it's always been a lose-lose situation. It's the center of capital. I mean, what do you think I'm gonna do? Not make everyone else lose for the few people who are rich? Bitch. You know what was the most annoying thing about all this? It's just kind of like, it's so obvious who's ever lived in New York and who's not. I'm just kind of like, oh my God, all these fucking Republican pundits mauling out about, first of all, let's be fucking real. New York City has been a liberal city since I don't even fucking know. I mean, what, Rudy Giuliani maybe was the last kind of conservative mayor? Are you a communist, or is that where you are from? Well, let's say if it was where I was from, would I choose that flag or would I choose the Adidas one? And if I'm not where it's from, yeah, probably. I mean, you can probably guess what the answer is. So I would say Either way, I think you can logic the answer to that one. But no, I am not Vietnamese. I am Korean. I just I like rooting for. Sometimes I like rooting for the underdog. I think I said this on a previous chat, but I'm not really into. I mean, I am obviously. I salute Stalin and Mao, but I'm also just kind of like, they kind of were. Oh, there were a lot of people. Yes, I am Korean. My name is Douglas Kim. Douglas Lee Kim. That is my full name. I don't know. My Korean name is Kim Tok Sol. Apparently that means like something like kind of means like something similar to Ho Chi Minh's name. Like it's like a light. Something has to do with light. Ho Chi Minh's name apparently means light bringer. Thoughts on Stalin mass deporting your people in 1937? I assume you're talking about the ones that were kind of in the Mongolia, Manchuria area to the Kazakh area. I think, right? I mean, I think that it's very likely that it was partially propaganda from the West. Because nobody gave a fuck about Korean people back then. So the fact that they would even record anything like that, yeah, it's just kind of like, But yeah, obviously, if it is true, I mean, like it was kind of also. It was also kind of like a crazy war. I mean, they were being actually attacked by the Japanese in the Mongolian area, and I believe it was 36 to 37. So that was actually when they were actually engaged with war with Japan. So they didn't know there were Koreans who were part of the Japanese Empire, right? So it's hard to know who's kind of who back then. So sometimes you needed to do some stuff in war that might not. I mean, we fucking interned the Japanese, so it's like same fucking shit. So yeah, I mean, and that was actually not even for national security. Like the Soviets were, they had the Japs right at their doorsteps, right? Like fucking attacking them, and the Mongolian, Zhukov fucking murked them. But like, obviously they didn't know if there were Koreans in that area that needed to be. Moved, right? So they wouldn't be possible. If they were spies, then, I don't know. But, all right. So, New York City is a lose-lose situation, blah, blah, blah. Zoran also thinks, no, Zoran is not an underdog. Zoran is boosted. I saw fucking Bill Clinton fucking be like, I support Zoran. It's just like, are you fucking serious? This guy's established as fuck. I mean, there was a little bit of race. I'm not going to lie. There was a little bit of anti-Asian racism in the Soviet Union back then. But it's just kind of like, comparatively to the rest of the West, I think they were, a lot less racist than. But yeah, the other thing, too, is even if they could tell them apart, there were some Korean people who were part, they were Chinapa scum. They were actually actively working for the Japanese, and they were probably spies, too. And so, there were some Koreans who were just scum, unfortunately, and those I don't know. Fuck. It's war. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's World War II. Like shit was going on. It wasn't like he just moved fucking Korean people for no reason, like out of nowhere, and just kind of like made them all die for no reason. It's just kind of like, I mean, yeah. Let's see. While I agree that electoralism is 1000% BS, ML parties or social alliance should still participate. Yeah, I mean, Lenin says something similar to contested shooter. I think things are. I think Lenin said that because it wasn't proven back then that shit wouldn't happen, whatever. But I feel like, this is the fell for it again award. We've kind of proven, even if you try to vote for Bernie Sanders, they fucking murk him, right? Like they kneecap him right before. And even if you have like an AOC in office, what the fuck does she do? But like, fell for it again award. I mean, like, yes, I think what Lennon said was do it so you prove to the masses that it doesn't work, but not do it over and over again and think that something else is going to happen after that. It's just kind of like whatever. Do you think Iran was making nuclear bombs? Lol. No. Because the thing is, like, the thing about nukes is it's actually not, the technology is not that hard. I think I said this before, but this 80-year-old technology, literally, like, it's not like this complex, super complex thing. The complicated part is getting the enriched uranium or the enriched plutonium, because that requires these huge centrifuge facilities that like can fucking, you're fucking blasting atoms at like a gajillion miles an hour. Like you gotta fucking. I don't fucking know. I'm just making shit up. This is what I think. If I were Albert Einstein, this is what I would say. You gotta shoot all those fucking particles as fast as possible around a circle, and you gotta build these huge circular shit to like. That's what goes on probably, and you gotta make these U-239 instead of U-235. You gotta put some neutrons into that shit, pack it in there. And then you get your good fucking uranium. That's what you do. But the thing about that is that it's hard to do that and hide it. That's the thing. So they don't have. If they were working on that, we would have probably known. I mean, like, I guess they're saying now that these are underground, and we now need to use bunker buster bombs and blah blah blah. Hold on. Fucking just stay there. Okay. But you know what? So what if they are making nuclear weapons? Like, Israel wasn't allowed to make nuclear weapons, and they just fucking made, like, they never confirm nor deny that they have nuclear, but like, we all fucking know they have at least 300 warheads. And it's just like, all right. Madani is the second coming of AFC. Yep. Madani is going to try to. Yeah, exactly. It's just like fucking. This is all a fucking advertising show. They're not going to do anything for New York. It's fucking ridiculous. New York it's done. It's over. Like, it's done. Like, the peak New York was 2008 to 2012. After that, it's over. Like, New York just went downhill. It just went, like, Manhattan is just super fucking corporate. It's just like rich people everywhere, just being fucking annoying. I was in New York for the past few summers or whatever. Every year it just gets more and more obnoxious. Like, there's just like all the culture gets fucking corporatized. There's more kind of fucking just corporate shit everywhere now. Just feels like a fucking. It just, you know what it feels like? It feels like a fucking theme park now. Manhattan is just like a theme park for like millennials. That's the fucking retarded part. Like, they have like I think they have, don't they have like a fucking like Friends gallery, like a Friends museum? I'm like, how fucking lame can you get? God. What the hell? Best viewers on stream? Shut the fuck up. How do I ban you? How do I ban? Ban. You are banned, bitch. That's what I need a mod for. I need a mod to. Pakistan gave the DPRK nukes. I'm not sure about that, actually. There are tricks necessary beyond just enrichment, especially if you want high yield. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not an actual nuclear physicist, you know. Even though I kind of larped as one when I was 9. Um, yeah, I larped was one and I was 9. But yeah, I mean, like building something that's like 10x, 50x stronger than Hiroshima, it's pretty easy these days. Just getting the stuff, getting the right stuff. That's the hard part, and that's why they keep a close eye on where the uranium's going. North Korea, they're also they also benefit from having uranium deposits in their country. The initial for the Manhattan Project, I believe, a lot of that came from the Congo, which was under Belgium control, I believe, and then I think when the Nazis invaded West and took basically France and everything in 1940. I think the Americans had already secured that area though. Like they were like, "This is ours. This stuff is ours now." um, but yeah, Russian Far East, not Manchuria. Oh, okay, I guess that was where the Soviets fought the Japs. It was somewhere in that area. I'm not. Yeah, I mean, Sukhov stomped them though, right? The enriched uranium is need to derive. Yep, weapons grade plutonium. I think every time you come to the NYC, you realize how great NYC used to be. I guess it's true. I mean, like, so I think now I like visiting NYC because, like, NYC now is like it's good to just like take in small doses. You know, it's fine to just see the sights for like a week. You know, go to the restaurants you like, see the people that you know, and then you go back, and then it's fine. You know, as you know, I'm aged, and so I don't really like care about the nightlife stuff. Not that I didn't really care about the nightlife stuff in New York when I was living there anyway, so it's not like that. But yeah, you know what I did like when I was living in New York from 2000. So I was living there from 2006 to 2012 in Manhattan. And I lived in 3 places. One was like in Gramercy. The other one I was actually near K-Town. I was like on 38th Street, like Herald Square. And then I guess I was in multiple places. I was on 20 Gramercy, and I was nearby in Flatiron as well. And then one year I was in Central Park West, Midtown, right near the Halal Guys, the original Halal Guys cart. And then one year I was downtown in the Gary Building. So yeah, I was in some bougie places. I'm a class trader. What do you want from me? But yeah, I think it was like maybe this was like my rose-colored glasses, but like New York City was like you could just fucking walk around at 3, 4 in the morning in Manhattan and not feel like I guess today. I mean, I guess New York City was pretty bad in the 1980s. That's what I hear. 1970s, 1980s, pretty bad. Giuliani actually, I guess, cleaned up the streets. But I think a lot of that was also just the economy really improved in the 1990s a lot. So that kind of like really cleaned up the streets on its own. And so in 2000s, it was generally pretty good, obviously, until the financial crisis. Maybe that's why 2008 to 2012 is the peak, right? Because that's, right as the financial crisis is happening. And then now that we see the effects of it, it just turns like everything else more corporate and whatever. And just everything becomes more, whatever. Uranium is virtually everywhere. I don't know about virtually everywhere, but Yes, it's not as uncommon as some people may think. Um, but yeah. But the United States does like to keep a close eye on every single source of it available, as do, I guess, any of the bigger countries. Okay, let's see. What that guy do? I totally missed out. I don't know what guy. Oh, he's talking about. They're talking about the mayor or the Democratic candidate for mayor. I think K-Town Social Club went out of business. They haven't made a new episode like they usually do. Wait, what? They didn't make a. Hold on. What? What do you mean? Today's Thursday, right? So they should have come out with some. Wait, they didn't come out with anything last. Wait, they didn't come out with anything. Oh man, I wonder if it's because of me. Like, you know, my fucking rant. I was just people. They all saw it. They were like, "Yeah, we're done. We're finished. We're done. We're finished." Oh my god, are you kidding me? 8 days ago is with their last one. Let me see. Let me see the comments here. Oh, the first one is, thank you for your work in sharing the current events. Say D. Wallace, this show fell off so hard. Oh man. Oh, Young and Doug are sorely needed to spice things up. Man, I think I saw these. Did I see these? I think I might have read these comments last time too, because that was last week, right? The last time I was doing a stream was last week, and I was probably looking over their fucking channel. But yeah, you're right there. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna come out with, because they usually come out Wednesday and Fridays, but yeah, if you haven't if anyone else hasn't noticed, they only came out with one a week for the past 3 or 4 weeks, I think. And now it's 0 a week. So, yikes. Did I mention that I've been reading a lot of German philosophy lately? You know, I like to feel a little bit of Schadenfreude. It's just kind of like, you know what it is? It's not just the justice aspect of it, or like the revenge aspect of it, of like, you know, seeing my enemies crash. It's also the juicier part for me is just being right, being correct, being like, yep, guess what happens when you don't do the thing I said? The fucking show dies. You know, when you don't, when you put on randoms and you like make it derail and you like fucking do this and whatever that, and just kind of like, what did I say? I mean, like, this is the thing, like, too, with, it's not just this, you know, I don't know if you guys, you know, some of you might not know this, like the way long ago drama, but like, you know, when I had drama with Plan A too, like 3-4 years ago, and I was just kind of like, they're just like irrelevant. Like, they like just like to like talk to themselves and like listen to themselves speak, like, especially fucking teen, right? Like, Jesus, it's so fucking obvious. And like, when you see Plan A now, like, look at their fucking website. I don't think they even updated their website in like 3 years, which is when I started torching their asses. And it's just kind of like, you know, I might not be, you know, I don't know where I was going with that. I guess what I'm saying is, like, I feel like I'm pretty good judge of like character and of like quality. You know, I feel like, you know, I've been doing media stuff. Literally, I've been in fucking media. You know, I went to an acting conservatory in 2008. You know, I've been in Hollywood since 2012. I've been, taking screenwriting classes and been thinking about this fucking shit, like improv, whatever, like propaganda, media. That's what I've been fucking thinking about for since 2008 at a professional level. So it's like almost 20 fucking years. It's like I think I know a little bit, just a little bit of what I'm talking about in terms of like, how media works and what gets views and what fucking like, moves the needle, what moves the fucking. But like people are, well, you're being too rude, or you're not doing it the right way, or blah. It's like, yeah, guess who fucking wrote those rules about how to do things? We're in the fucking West. You wanna beat them by playing the game with the rules that they fucking made, that they made on purpose so you'll never win? Is that your fucking plan? Like to do the things that they know does not work because, decorum, you're not being my sensibilities are being attacked. My fucking white liberal, white adjacent liberal sensibilities are being attacked, so I don't feel safe around. It's like, fuck you. God fucking it. Yeah, that's right. I am back online hanging out. It's Thursdays and Sundays. That's where I'm gonna be. Last Sunday, obviously, I wasn't here. I had what did I have? Oh yeah, I was in Cancun, which was interesting. I was like, Iran bombing Israel. Oh, Israel's bombing. Oh, that's cool. How's the mariachi band? It was my second time on a resort. The last time was actually at his wedding. My friend, he was having like a 10-year anniversary thing, and so we all kind of like went out. It was this resort. It's like all inclusive. Kind of feels like you're in like a Vegas hotel, but you don't have to pay for anything because everything was already paid for. That was kind of cool experience. It kind of reminded me of my days when I used to spend like summers in Las Vegas with some poker friends or poker buddies. Just like, yeah, those were pretty nice times for sure. Did you already? Oh yeah. I didn't do the Cancun rundown. Yeah, we went to this resort called Majestic Playa Mujeres, I think, Costa Mujeres, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it was kind of like a resort. It was one of those resorts. Apparently, they're building a lot of them. Like in the past 10 years, they've been building all sorts of them with Ed. No, it was. Though it kind of was like that. It was not unlike the Hawaii trip. No, this was with some friends of mine in Maryland. They're like kind of like friends I met through poker. And yeah. So that's what I was doing last weekend. I think every time you blah, blah, what I do. K-Town Social Club is done, bro. Yosep Huang. I always thought their guests were better than the host. Their heads got way too big. Yikes, David Tay. That is quite an indictment. But I do not agree with that. You can count how many knots. I was counting how many knots, so. The double, triple, quadruple negative. I still have nightmares. Do you remember your last night in NYC when it was raining and we ran into the streaker? Yeah, I don't know why you would remind me of that right now. That's God. Me and David were like, what? It was like this rainy summer. I think it was a couple years ago, and where were we? We were like right near. I want to say like St. Mark's Place. And there was just this guy walking around. He wasn't even streaking. He was just like walking around like totally naked. Like as if it was just like a normal thing to do. And I was just kind of like, did that just happen? Everyone around us was like, did that just happen? But yeah, that was New York. That's New York today. So not the place it was 15, 20 years ago. Mao is better than Stalin. I mean, Stalin did beat the Nazis. It's not something to sniff at. Um, Arthur Kwan Lee episode might have been their best one, although I didn't bother watching the rest. Oh, is that how you turned from a Groyper to a communist, or at least thinking about it, or at least a fan? Or I don't know if you're a Groyper still, but yeah, I feel like I tested Arthur a little bit on his knowledge. I feel like he didn't expect to run into the one Korean who probably knew more about Hitler than he did, and because yeah. I actually read the material. I read the source material. I know I've read Hitler's works. I've read Joseph Goebbels's. I still am gonna read. I think Joseph Goebbels wrote this like autobiography, like titled Michael, and yeah, have to analyze the evil. You know, that's my motto. In order to defeat your enemy, you must understand them, and then you must crush them. All right, so peak NYC was before Giuliani cleaned it up. Stopping at Chinatown or Times Square on my way home from Style was peak. So what year was that then? I mean, I forget when Giuliani came into office. Was it like, I feel like it was late 90s, because, you know, obviously he was there for 9/11. But I don't know. I mean, I'm a Westchester kid, so you might be right. I wasn't down in the sty. I wasn't. I feel like I could have made sty. I could have made sty if I was in fucking, you know, taking the SAT. I mean, I got a fucking 1230 in 7th grade, so yeah, come on. Bro was peak content. Oh yeah, I mean he is. I mean, I think Arthur Kwan Lee knows he's doing like a fucking bit. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, the prop guy was definitely on something, if it was meth or whatever. Ski AKL episode, you and Ed kind of lived out. I didn't live out, okay? I feel like Ed lived out. I feel like I was trying to let Arthur Kwan Lee talk so I could debunk it because I knew everything about the Nazis and almost everything about, well, definitely much more about Imperial Japan than that fucking asshat knew. I did not live out, okay? If you check the fucking tape, all right? Check the fucking tape again. I never live out on a guest. If I'm trying to, oh God, if I'm trying to prove them wrong, I never live out. I try to like let them talk so I can fucking surgically strike each and every one of their stupid fucking arguments and then totally, utterly crush their ass. All right? That's right. That's right. You lol. You lol, okay? All right. Where are we going? Bro was peak content. I lived through the Thompson Square riots. Shit was wild, bro. What was Thompson Square riots? That was like in the 90s, right? Thunderbird for president. Emperor. Oh, God. Are you fucking... I was like wondering who Brandon Garcia was. You know, bro, you got like a Hispanic name just dogging on Hispanic people all the time? Bro. I left for Durham in 2008. Yeah, I don't know why I would do that. Durham's like... God. I mean, I guess you were going to Duke, I guess, or for something. Smiley face, lol. Like some Heidegger, I have him. Well, not have him. I have Being in Time somewhere. Yeah, it's right there. I don't want to get it and mess up my books right now, but I do have it. Being in Time. Probably. God, I'm still only halfway through Hegel. So I can fucking finish that. But yeah. K-Town Social Club. Dead, 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 dead. Yes. Yes. You know, I was kind of like to Ed, I was like, when he was asking me back before the second time, I think I was like, you know what? Why don't we just fucking do? Why don't we just fucking do a show? I mean, like, do we need this fucking K-Town social club container? No, the people are coming to see basically you and me. Let's be fucking real. But he didn't go for that. Whatever. Doug, tell us more about rubbing shoulders with the proletariat in Cancun. Cucker Tarlson. I was not rubbing shoulders with the proletariat. I mean, I guess like the workers there were proletariat. But I was just chilling. It was, even communists need vacation. Okay, even some communists, some people they like to take breaks from life. I don't know why like people get so mad. Like I feel like, I acknowledge that I'm petty bourgeois or whatever, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I'm not like I am not a working class citizen. That's for sure. But it's just kind of like other people who are also not working class. It's just like, why is it such an insult? I feel like this guy crashed out at me because I was just like saying like, your opinion is like bourgeois, and it's like true. It's not like he was like a working class dude. He's like an intellectual, and I'm not saying like an insult. Like I'm saying my fucking opinions are bourgeois too, because literally I'm not saying that's as an insult. I'm just saying literally we came from these backgrounds, these intellectual academic backgrounds that are bourgeois. That's just the character of academia in the West. That's just like. What do you want me to say? Like, no, I was always poor and I never, had access to all this stuff, and like, and it's just like, shut up. People are so like precious with themselves and they're fucking, whatever. I only brought it because we were, peak NYC. Yeah, I guess that was negative peak NYC. That was Valley NYC. I'm not a communist. I'm just fascinated by the history. I do believe in the whole racial nationalism thing to a certain degree, but not to the same. Yeah, it's fair enough. Hopefully, I can be entertaining enough to maybe get you piqued your curiosity some more to think more about the communism stuff. I graduated high school in 91. Whoa. So you would be 51, 52, something like that. 51, I want to say. Or 52. Right? I think so. Anyway, cool. Yeah, so I guess if that's true, you were like 37 or so. 39. No, 35 when you went to Duke or whatever. I have listened to Haz and Jackson a couple times, though. Yeah, keep listening. Or you can listen to me. I feel like I keep it. They have their flavors. Jackson has his. I'm a professional. I'm upkempt. Not upkempt. I am kempt. I am. Coiffed, whatever, right? Like he's the counterweight to the Nick Fuentes, who's kind of has that same sort of I'm a professional dude look on camera, right? And then has that whole like let's go to war. It's wartime. It's go time for the con, And Midwestern Marx has their kind of like, let's learn about capitalism and how does this work? And they're kind of like the nerds of the party, I guess. And I'm kind of like a mix of all three, sort of. Less the Jackson Hinkle stuff. I'm not professional at all. Maybe more the latter two. But obviously with an Asian flavor to it, more of an Asian flavor, more of a, it's just kind of like that's that's where communism was preserved, right? So why not go to an Asian guy who, living in America, has actually experienced anti-communism? Because like anti-Asian racism is based in anti-imperialism, right? Or imperialism, right? Imperialism against China, because like China is in their way. So anti-Asian racism is therefore connected to anti-communism. So all Asian Americans, by definition, have experienced anti-communist sentiment, whether they're communist or not. So we know what it looks like. We know what these propaganda against Asian people looks like. You know, like we know that Schrodinger's Asian, right? It's all like we're all, you know, white adjacent, but we're also fucking cheating all the time apparently, or I don't know. It's just like they make up any shit they want about us to fit their narrative, and that's how it's been in America for fucking 150 years. They never tell the truth about Asian people here. You fucking kidding me? Let's see. Nah, Brooklyn Tech, maybe Bronx Science. Lol, kidding. Probably make it Sty. Come on, Sty. Come on. I've met kids at Duke from Sty. I'm like, I am not impressed. In 4th grade, yeah, I didn't really know anything about the fucking city. I didn't talk to anyone from the city. I didn't know. I was just in my Westchester bubble, I guess. But my mom, for whatever reason, I guess, she decided to take me into the city. And there was this citywide Korean, like, math Olympiad competition or whatever. And I was, like, seeing all these New York City Koreans. They were all, like, you know, in their cliques together talking shit and whatever. And I was like, oh, God, whatever. Probably, why am I here? And then I fucking won first place in 4th grade. And then they were like, who the fuck is this guy? This guy out of nowhere that they had no idea who this fucking random Westchester kid were like winning this thing. They're like all looked at me with like glares. Like I wasn't supposed to be there. I was like, whatever. So I had listened. I didn't know who Arthur Kwan Lee was until that show. Yeah, I mean, like, one good thing about that show was it did have access. I mean, I guess the Radio Korea brand, because it was actually a historical thing now because of the LA riots, because it was the radio station that kind of coordinated people. It's actually like a historical brand now, you know, and the roof, like almost like the official brand of the Rooftop Koreans, right? And so I'm sure that was helpful in getting, like, you know, Arthur Kwan Lee to come on, or other people. Like I think we got, remember Hank Yu, Johnny Somali's boy, a couple times. I don't know, maybe you know, maybe he'll be interested in coming on here. Probably not. I mean, that should probably be a waste of time, but I don't know. To me, a lot of that shit was a waste of time, though. I feel like Mike tried to bring on guests that would like bring a lot of like hype to the channel, and it was just like, sometimes I was just kind of like, oh God, do we really have to talk to this guy? All right, whatever. But now I don't. Now I get to decide. I get to decide what goes on. You know what? Let's see. Communists were famous for huge vacation. USSR had like 6 weeks, at least 4 weeks a year. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there's no shame in your reality of being the troll communist shouldn't have vacation. It's fake propaganda. Yep, lol. No, Hank, you got to pull with being on KTS. Yeah, I mean, when it was successful, when, you know, I was there, that's when it was successful. You know, that's when, you know, all that shit, like, I was, even in the fucking beginning, I was like, we need to put, like, timestamps. We need to, like, do promotion. We need to put, like, links on all the other fucking Radio Korea things so they point to it. And he was just, like, fucking dragging his feet the entire time. And I was like, God, like, we need to fucking do all this stuff. Like, otherwise, like, no one's gonna fucking watch this. Like, you can't just, like, put shit out and, like, expect random people to, like, click on it. But whatever. You're pressing Arthur, but Ed pissed him off too much, so he quit. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I feel like that was just whatever. I mean, it's not like Arthur Kwan Lee is interesting. The only thing he does is talk about Hitler in a positive way. That's why people give him attention. It's just fucking, you know what it is? It's like this, it's the same exact thing as like the Sex Pistols, putting on, the Nazi on their shirt or whatever, right? Like that fuck I forgot what it was. Like they're just being rebellious, right? Like since this symbol is like something that everyone's like, "Oh, that's so bad." It's like, rebellious teenagers trying to like he's like a fucking artist. That's how you know. Like he's just trying to be a rebel. That's what like bad artists when they want to stand out, right? And they think they probably think that their art is great, but it's just that people don't know about their art, so that's why it's not being recognized. So they're like, "Oh, let me just do this thing that'll grab a lot of people's attention." And then once they see my art, their idea is like, "Oh, now I don't have to do this fucking Hitler shit anymore. Now I can just be an artist or whatever." That's what their fucking goal is, or their plan in their mind. And then, when they do get big, like Arthur Kwan Lee, I'm sure some random groypers or whatever are buying some of his art and making him believe that he actually is big and people like his art. But his art's fucking, like, what? Like, nobody's gonna fucking buy that shit. Like, nobody fucking, no. And so, it's just all a fucking grift. Like, anybody who doesn't see that is fucking retarded. He's not interesting. He's just a fucking grifter. He's an opportunist. That's what he is. Let's see. Somebody is. Yeah. Sorry, I was being messaged. That person is not watching the stream, so he doesn't know that I'm fucking doing stream right now. What the hell is that? What the hell is that all about? Yo, what's the vibe in this stream? Gigadra? I don't know. What is the vibe in the stream, guys? I would say it is, just probably doomer-pilled people. Just talking about watching a random Asian person talk about the end of the world as we know it and feeling fine. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, Truman Show. Truman Show. It's like, good morning, everyone. And if I don't see you later, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. But yes, Truman Show is the vibe. I don't know, American imperial supremacists would probably like I kill all art. Maybe. No, they wouldn't. Nobody likes that shit. Nobody actually likes that. They might say they like that shit to like fucking, use them as their fucking Korean capo slave. That's what he is. He's just there like, in Lord of the Rings? Like when the fucking, mouth of Sauron comes out. He's just like the mouth of Sauron. Like his entire face is just a mouth. Like with teeth, like saying, I love Nick Fuentes and white people. It's just like, that's what he is. He's the fucking mouth of Nick Fuentes. That's like pathetic. I got my last name from slavery. Oh God, shut up. Attack, Doug. What am I attacking? True 51. Yep. Lol. I wanted to learn more about Arthur, but you guys pissed him off. Lol, that show is more interesting with opposing point of views. I agree. But whatever. So more existential than political. I mean, it's more, like I said in previous streams, it's more, I'm just talking for, posterity, so that aliens, when they see human civilization millions and millions of years later, billions of years later, and they're like, where did it all go wrong? They can see my podcast and be like, oh, we get it. We get human history. Because they learned all of it from Doug Kim, this guy who was watching the world burn. and telling you exactly why and how and where it was burning. So that's what this show is. This is a show for aliens, billions of years in the future. So you can almost picture yourself, if it helps you, you can almost put yourself in the brain of an alien millions and billions of years from now. And that'll really get you into the mood of what we're trying to accomplish here. So I guess in a way, that was a circuitous way of saying it is existential in nature. As a status symbol, but that's what dumb rich libs do anyway. They need status symbols. AKL will justify their ethos. Yeah, I mean, the Nazi Party was an upper middle class party. So there you go. PMCs. Michael Wan was the second most based person. But even he was like kind of a rube. Like, he was like saying, oh, JD Vance isn't a fucking part of the deep state. And, I believe in him. Or I believe in, like, Trump. He's not deep. I was like, nah. Remember when that fucking shooting happened? I was like, that turned him. It's over. He's and Michael Wan was like, no, he just trust the plan. Trust the plan. I was like, nope, it's over. But yeah, I guess as a rube, it was, whatever. Do you believe it's truly something that went wrong or an inevitably us first nature, not us first them? Wait, what? Is the end something that could have been avoided? Look, I mean, obviously the end hasn't happened. I mean, I'm giving us, I feel like, I guess I'm not like actually black pilled. I mean, maybe I have like a split personality. You guys watch that movie Split? Where he's like two people. But I'm not actually doomer pilled. But yeah. In the end, something that could have been avoided. I think the only path forward is worldwide communism or death. So I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens. The show has, you can't learn an echo chamber. Attack Doug. Wait, who am I attacking? Michael Wan at least believes in what he believes in. Yeah, I guess that's true. He has information to back up that belief. Libs have no info, just marketing slogans. 60 years at best. Communism, interesting. That's right. If I can get people to say communism, interesting, on this stream, that's a secondary role of this podcast, or not podcast, or whatever this is. The first thing is for aliens, billions of years in the future. Second is communism, interesting. More people saying communism, comma, interesting, period. That is the goal. Communism. Interesting. I don't know why it keeps fucking... I don't know. I think this like automatically, when it detects like a face, it tries to like zoom in on your face. But yeah. I am going to turn on the AC right now because it's hot right now. So most people, I guess, I'm guessing, are here from the West Coast, I would say. Unless David Tay's still in here. I guess David Tay stays up late in general. For those of you who don't know, David Tay's my boy in New York. I met him in 2008 or 2006, maybe even earlier. So I've known him for almost 15, 18 years. I don't know. Lol, I'm still here. That's right. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Cucker Tarleson. Yeah, I met David Tay through church. We went to the same church at the time. It was called Remnant West Side. For those NYC Asian American churchgoers, they might know what that is. But probably not. Nope, East Coast, I'm on call. Oh, so I'm here for the doctors. The late night doctors who want to see a fellow Asian man tell them why being Asian in the West sucks balls. Sucks donkey balls. Oh, God. I endorse Zoran Mamdani for NY. I didn't even know who this guy was. A week ago, I didn't even know who the fuck Zoran Mamdani was. This is such an op. Like, let's be fucking real. This is a fucking op. No one knew who this guy is. And, like, what? All of a fucking sudden, as Israel and Iran are heating up, that what? They just fucking boost a Muslim fucking communist for mayor? Who's not even fucking a communist, who's like already like saying, "Oh, we need to put in hate crime laws." Like, yeah, that we know what that's code for. We need to put in Zionist laws, you know. And it's just kind of like fell for it again award, you know. It's just kind of like, wow, God, fell for it again award. We both don't go anymore, lol. Wait, what do we both don't go anymore to? Oh, church. Yeah, we don't go there. Well, I don't think anyone goes to that original church. Yeah. Definitely op. It's all scripted. I mean, God. Like, New York City had its chance. They could have voted for Andrew Yang. Then Andrew Yang had to be retarded and talk about Israel. Ironically, that's what sank his fucking candidacy for Eric Adams, right? That was in 2021. I was like, wow. You really just fucking torched yourself for no reason. It was like scoring an own goal. I feel like he might have even been like leading the polls until that fucking comment. And it was just like, what? I was like, you don't have to do that, bro. You don't have to do that. Now what is he doing now? It's just like forward party. It's just like, come on, man. You lost. Oh, God. Andrew Yang is like the biggest cuck. Like, oh, God. He was such a disappointment. That's what you get when you put your faith in a Taiwanese man. Yeah, that's right. I will say that shit out loud any day of the fucking week, bitch. That's what you get when you trust a Taiwanese. Taiwanist, Zionist. It's the same fucking shit. Lol, were you Yang Gang, Doug, at first? Unfortunately, I was. I mean, the first thing that happened, I guess, was in 2017. I was, I think I was like reading something where, what's his face? The smart guy. God, what's his name again? Ugh, that's gonna annoy me. The guy who speaks like a robot because he can't speak. He's got Parkinson's, I think. You know what I'm talking about. All right, it's gonna fucking bother me. Just guess what Stephen Hawking. Guess what I typed into to guess what his name was. Wheelchair scientist. And I immediately knew what I was talking about. Make America Think Harder. I mean, yeah, I guess it was all right, but yeah. I didn't like his math cap. You know, Doug loves his math. Stephen Hawking, yes, Stephen Hawking. Anyway, he said something to the effect of capitalism. You know, we all think that we're gonna get the Star Trek future from all these new inventions and automation, but the way things are going right now, I see it's all gonna be just select few collecting everything. And then, that really made me start thinking about the economy as a whole in general for the first time. Started looking at the stock market. I was like, yeah, like all these tech companies seem to be just growing at astronomical rates. It can't always continue like this, can it? And then I just started, thinking more and more about it, and it was like, when I read Andrew Yang's book about automation, I was like, oh yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Like, like if the goal, right? If the idea is we're in the Star Trek future where everything is automated, that means all of work has been, resolved into robots, and everything is automated. No one has to work, right? That's a Star Trek future. But how do we get to there? Well, we still have, like, we have enough wealth that we can start doing the basics of that, like basic universal income. Maybe not all the way Star Trek where nobody has to work, but like at least the basics so that everyone gets like $1,000 a month. You can kind of like, and if they want to work, like maybe some of them will just, that's what they will do, and that's fine. But then other people who are more incentivized to work, they or make more money, they'll do that. They'll be more incentivized to take courses with that money, or blah blah blah, or training and all that stuff. Oh, do you believe in communism because of the automation singularity? I mean, no. I think like that made me kind of start thinking in that direction, but that's not why I believe in communism. I believe in communism because I read Marx's Capital, and I believe that it's logically, I believe in its logical conclusion about history and economics. Yeah, that's why I guess like that's the fundamental reason why I'm a communist. Like it's just like, to me, it's the best explanation of historical events, or it has the best container or form that explains historical events. But when did you come to this logic backing communism? I guess I came to it before that. I started reading Capital, I think 2022, I want to say. Maybe 2021. But I read Imperialism by Lenin. That was what really kind of changed my mind, I guess. Or maybe like, oh shit, Lenin's... That was written in 1916. It was, so I read that in 2020. The thing that most stuck out to me actually was like, he talked about Japan being imperialist to Korea. Like, I don't know if you guys know this at the time, but nobody said shit in the West when Japan took over Korea. Like, the Taft-Katsudo agreement with America, they were like, yeah, just stay out of our way in Korea, and we'll stay out of your way in the Philippines. Actually, we can help each other, right? That's what Japan made with the agreement with America. They sold us, Teddy Roosevelt sold us down the river, But there was one Western leader who spoke out against the annexation of Korea, and that was Vladimir Lenin, in an example in imperialism. So it was like, already I was like, all right, this motherfucker spitting some facts, spitting some facts no other motherfucking white person ever fucking did. So let me keep reading this shit, because it sounds more like the truth than the fucking bullshit they've been feeding me my entire life. So that's kind of like where I was going. Yang was not my ideal candidate, but good enough because Asian. Yeah, I donated I actually donated to Bernie too. That was fucking waste of money. Fuck my life. But whatever. At least I was disillusioned quickly. After 2020, I was like done with all of electoral politics. Lol, the Korean River. Korean River? Do you mean the Korean War? That's a weird typo if you meant the Korean War, though. Is it all a moral decision to agree with communism? Sounds like your stance is derived from its functionality as a system based on historics rather than morality, if I understood right. I mean... I wouldn't say it's not. It doesn't have any like idealism attached to it, like moralism and all this other stuff. But I think I think the Engels makes a compelling argument about history and analyzing it, and like how it's just that throughout history there are different sorts of political systems that are the container to fit economic systems, and over time those economic systems, they improve on a linear way. They keep improving every year because like people try to invent new ways of doing shit, better ways of doing shit. But sometimes the political container can't fit those conditions, and that's what happened. We saw that with the transition from feudalism to capitalism. The container of the monarchy just and their laws of like aristocracy laws and of like property laws and stuff like that were just not effective enough for like trade and all this other stuff that the bourgeoisie wanted to conduct. And so there was clashes and whatever, and eventually there were revolutions, bourgeois revolutions, liberal democracy. And so Marx and Engels are basically just saying like, yeah, now that's kind of obsolete now that we've got enough industrialization to make like mature industries of like basic essentials, basic necessities. So it's more like, it's just like if we want humanity to progress, then it's just logically the next step. So on that level, it doesn't have to do with morals at all. It speaks to my more rational side of like, let's just fucking do the thing that improves everyone's lives for the better. The fucking actual realization of the ideals of, not just equality and whatever, of all those ideals, but like materialize it all, So yeah, that's kind of there. Oh yeah, Soul Down the River. Is it Soul Down the River is a joke, but with the delay from type chat, it's hard to. Bro, you should host live chats, like where we can talk at the same time in turns via voice. It might be good for the dialectic. Yeah, maybe, but I think these chats for now are gonna just be me talking because I like just doing what I want to do. It's whatever the fuck I want to say, and that's what's going to happen. If you don't like it, you can go fuck yourself or fuck off. What do you think of the Christian criticism of communism being atheistic and anti-religion? I would say that part of that is the fault of Marx and Engels. And especially Trotsky, because Trotsky pushed for a very anti-Christian policy. And I guess, like, a little bit of Lenin and Stalin for not really pushing back on that. But I would say the actual, like, if you're talking about, like, a theologian, like, criticizing communism from like a theological standpoint, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. I don't buy kind of like the idea that the current system is more Christian than communism is. I think that if you look at Chinese society today compared to American society, I would say that the ideals of Christianity are more apparent in Chinese society than American society. That's just fucking so obvious. So from a theological standpoint, if they're talking about that, then yeah, that's fucking bullshit. I mean, the Book of Acts clearly is basically communism. It's like, sell all your possessions and pool them together. Like, literally, no one has private property, and everyone needs to fucking collectively use their property to support each other. That's exactly what fucking communism is. And so it's just like, yeah. I don't know, but yeah, I guess like if they're talking from I guess like a historical standpoint or from like the Chinese Communist Party or Chinese Party, Communist Party of China, CPC. If you're talking about their policy of like every member can't be part of an organized religion, then yeah, I guess like they have a point, right? Practically speaking, a lot of like practicing communists kind of banned religion. The Orthodox Church has some beef with the USSR, right? And in that regard, in a historical level, when you're talking about those specific events, yeah, I guess you can construe communism like practical or like existing communism as, but like it's like socialism with Chinese characteristics, right? Like socialism in America doesn't have to look exactly like Chinese socialism. Um, I think even Marx would say that communism or Marxism is basically the realization of a lot of ideals in Christianity. I mean, he was pretty hardcore Christian himself for a while. So it's not like he's he's like this pagan who's like never like studied any of the ideals of Christianity. And everyone back then, like even if they were atheists, they knew the Bible back and forth probably more than the average Christian today. They probably knew like 100x more about the Bible than the average evangelical American Christian today. Like they knew that shit backward and forth because they had to. They had to know their shit because that's what they were literally debating at the time. With the theses on Feuerbach, and all that other stuff. I will say though, I think they might have gotten it wrong because like Feuerbach may have been influenced by an acolyte of Schopenhauer. So I was reading the Schopenhauer biography, and I think Feuerbach comes out with this thing around 1840. But I was reading Schopenhauer's thing, and one of Schopenhauer's acolytes, corresponded with Feuerbach about something, and he shared something about Christianity, saying like, "Oh, Christianity's," because like Schopenhauer's like a big like, it's all the will, and if there is a religion, it's probably just something like Buddhism, but there is no religion really, like it's just the will. Everything is the will. So he was kind of like the progenitor of like, I mean, I guess like it kind of came before Schopenhauer, but I think Schopenhauer was the one that really started the explicit like Christianity is not the truth sort of trend, like in the early 1800s. Kant somewhat was in that direction, but in the 1700s he still kind of had to play ball with the monarchy who kind of wanted to use Christianity, so like he didn't poo-poo on it exactly, but the Critique of Pure Reason started to break a lot of people's faith actually in Germany and the rest of, I guess, continental Europe. But yeah, so there were a lot of, I mean, I just feel like everything about communism and Christianity is so politically charged that there's no real argument on a theological level. It's all just political. And so that would be my answer. What do you think of the Christian? Yeah. So that's my position. No, I understand your position, however, would say the Catholic Church communism is clearly declared anti-Catholic. Well, actually, I would agree with that because, I mean, Luther was somewhat anti-Catholic himself, and Luther was somewhat pointing out the corruption, the capitalist corruption of the church, right? Because, as we know, in the 1400s or so, that's when Italy and Rome started to feel themselves, right? Because in the 1200s, let's back up. In the 1200s, that's where Marco Polo visited, India and China, the Silk Road, found those trade routes. In the 1300s, that's when all that money that was being generated from the trade, because, basically, if you wanted to get spices, you got to get them from Italy, right? So in the 1300s, they were making all that fucking money. And in the 1400s, that's when they call it the Renaissance, right? They're coming out of the Middle Ages because, like, guess what? Now that they got all their money, now they want to spend that money. Or and they didn't want to just spend it on, like, random shit that existed. They wanted to make shit that made sure everyone knew that they were balling out. So in this capitalist environment, the Catholic Church was like, wait, I want some of that money that's being made over in fucking Rome. Or, no, not Rome, but like, I guess they're more near Rome. It was made in Florence and Venice and Genoa, I believe. Those were the main merchant cities. And so the Catholics were like, yo, we're rolling in it. Let's fucking make more money. Let's make more Sistine Chapels and shit. And then they were like, oh, we need more money. We need more. How do we make even more? Oh, I know. Let's just sell tickets to heaven to people. Yeah, that's a capitalist. So yeah, communism is not about that. Communism, we are the Jesus flipping over the tables in the temple. That's the kind of that's the kind of Christianity communism is. We flip over the fucking tables. That's what we take our whips out, just fucking whip those fucking money changers. The Catholic Church, they actually also held Nazi money. It's not a good institution, guys. Not very Christian of them. Church is used by the state for imperialist espionage. Tickets that Jews, yes. So yeah, that's my position on Catholicism. But yeah, I'm more, I haven't gone to church since 2015. I've been back for like stuff like Easter every now and then or whatever, when I'm back home for Christmas, like my parents like drag me or whatever, so I'm like whatever. But if I were to go back, I do want to check out Orthodox. I think I've said that before, but yep, they were whipping those money changing. I mean, I guess they were Jews back then, so yeah, I guess even Jesus was, Marx. I don't know how much you guys know, but Marx did write a question, or not a question. He wrote a book called On the Jewish Question, which Jews think is anti-Semitic, which is funny because he's ethnically Jewish. I also read this book about Hitler, and he was just kind of like saying, he actually quoted something from Marx, like the German, the Jewish question. He actually quoted something. It was like, only this, it's remarkable that something so beautiful like this could have been written by a Jew, or something like that. I was like, oh, Hitler's giving Marx his flowers for his anti-Semitic flowers. But I think like in my research on the 1800s in Germany, like even Theodor Herzl, right? He was just like, yeah, I don't want to fucking be Jewish anymore. Like, he was literally one of those, I'm not Taiwanese, I'm Chinese, like I'm not fucking Jewish, I'm German, he was trying to like LARP Herzl. And it's like, bro, like most of y'all didn't even like want to be Jewish anymore. Most of y'all didn't want to like even the religion, right? Like, it's like, do Jewish people even believe in Judaism anymore? Like most of them. That's the whole basis of this whole land, right? Like the promised land, like the like if you don't believe in the religion, then what what claim do you have to the land that was promised to you if the land was promised under the religion that you don't believe in? It's just like what is happening right now? Because clearly, if you're basing your claim based on a religious claim to the land, it's just kind of like, do they even believe in it though? Like, there's so many like raves and degenerate shit that goes on. Like we've all read Leviticus, right, guys? I mean, I think that's in Judaism, right? Leviticus. You guys know what happens in Leviticus with all this degeneracy that's going on there, right? Let's be real. Like, do Israelis actually believe in their religion? Like what? Like when people say, "Oh, I'm Old Testament," you know what that means? That means they're like even more, I guess, like, when people, it's funny when Jewish people say, "Oh, Christians are so, they, the whole thing in America, how like the Christians are fundamentalists. They're like, they're all about these, misogynist rules and patriarchy and all this other stuff." And I'm like, well, yeah, but if you were actually Jewish, if you're believing in your own religion, like that's actually even more patriarchy, I guess, if you go like that harsh of the rules. Like Paul was like, yeah, women shouldn't be priests. Because he was bringing the Jewish legalism back into Christianity a bit. Or that's what I've been reading, I guess. Or that was a theory, I guess, in the 1800s. I guess Tolstoy was a fan of that theory as well. But I think Nietzsche bit off of that. The idea that Christianity was a mystical thing and it was like kind of different from Judaism altogether. But then the Apostle Paul brought or put the Jewishness back into it. That's, I guess, what both Tolstoy and Nietzsche somewhat believed. I kind of like don't not disagree, if that makes sense. Like when I do read Paul's letter, they do feel pretty like prescriptive and legalistic. And like, is that really what's going on here? Is that really the essence? Because Tolstoy says, well, he's like super extreme. He was excommunicated from the Orthodox Church. He was saying that it's all about the Sermon on the Mount. So that's all you need to think about. Screw everything else. Like the Sermon on the Mount is all you need on a theological level. I guess that is pretty heretical because you kind of need the the death and the resurrection and all that other stuff to kind of, if you are a Christian, right? I'm not saying, I don't know what I am anymore, but like if you are to say that you are, and it's just kind of like, well, that's the whole culmination of that. I do feel like the church is kind of intertwined with America now. Yeah, I mean, it's a certain I wouldn't even call it a Protestant sect. I would call it like this evangelical cult. Like, Christianity in America is bullshit. It's fucking bullshit Christianity. Because, like, if Christianity was real in America, we would be calling out this Zionist shit a long fucking time ago. Like, it's like, no real Christian would be like, yeah, that's Christianity, guys. Letting Jews just fucking annihilate people. That's like, no. What are you talking about? Yeah, exactly. It's prosperity cult. It's prosperity gospel. And this was like when I was still in, the church, so to speak. Like I was a Protestant, right? I was brought up Presbyterian, but you know, as I was a young adult, I guess, when I'm in my 20s, when I was still a Christian, me and a lot of like other Christians would be like, fuck this like prosperity bullshit. That's like garbage. That's like preaching like, you know, if I do X, then I get Y. It's like treating God like a fucking like an ATM, right? And it's like that's not how it works at all. You know, we're not supposed to be materialistic. We're not, like, what are you talking about? And like, and it's just, you know what it is? It's like it's unfortunate, but it's like middle America, unfortunately, because of the industrialization and neoliberalism of the past 40, 50 years. Just kind of deteriorated the living conditions of the average person. And so they're going to flock to like, how do I improve my situation? Well, I've been living a good life. You know, I've been living a good Christian life my entire life. So, you know, why am I not getting stuff? So then they get attracted to these things, like, oh, you just have to pray more, or oh, you have to donate to my televangelist thing, and then it'll change. And then like they prey on these desperate people, you know, and every year as our economy goes down the toilet, especially for middle America, more and more and more, you get more of these fucking grifters, and then you get more of these fucking rubes, and then you get more of these fucking disaster stories, and then you get more of these fucking uh, drug overdose stories, and you get more of this fucking chaos and crisis, and everybody being like, what the fuck? And then you get people desperate enough to vote for Donald Trump. That's what happens. It's just kind of like, if you keep lying to people about how good things apparently are when they're pretty shitty economically, even if they know that Trump is probably lying to them, they're probably like, yeah, he's probably can't like actually do all the stuff that he wants to do or whatever. They support him because at least he's saying that something needs to be changed. Like, that's the bare minimum that they gravitate towards now, because that's the way the system has been for so long, that everyone is black pilled to the point where, hey, as long as the guy is just even calling out shit, that's a step up. Because Democrats were gaslighting us for the past 30, 40, 50 years. And yeah, we just don't want to listen to bullshit anymore. You know, that's kind of like, you know, I kind of agreed with that sentiment. You know, for me, obviously, I don't believe in voting. And I never even believed in voting before. Obviously, I believe in it less now. But I lived in California and New York, so it's just kind of like, I voted for Trump this time, but it's just kind of like, I just voted just to fucking do it. I didn't believe that Trump was going to take California. Like, I'm not retarded. Like, I just feel like everyone's like, there was this guy who unfollowed me. Like, he was like this national Juche respecter or something. He was like, oh, you voted for Trump. Like, how dare you? Like, oh, you voted for a genocidal, like, war criminal, and blah, blah, blah. It's just kind of like, dude, nothing changes. Like, I just did it to troll liberals. That is the only fucking, and I guess he took himself out. He was a liberal. The trash take themselves out. Yes, the televangelists that need a fleeting. That guy who's like a 70-year-old televangelist, dude has this like, he like has this face that reminds me of like those faces on Team America, World Police. You know that movie with they have like those like clay is it claymation, something like that, but like it's like whenever I think about that televangelist, I think about those weird Botox faces. Oh yeah, well, Joel Osteen is like, he's garbage. Didn't he like do some shit where he like didn't allow homeless people to come in during like some typhoon or whatever? I don't and like only opened it after he was shamed into opening it or something. Ugh. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Iran, I guess, won last week. If you guys want to talk about that, won. Who knows what's gonna? And of course, Israel violated its ceasefire, and then we had that. I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm. It's probably true, but you know that fucking Belarusian Zionist smashing that Afghan kid who was running away from Iran because of Zionists. Like, I mean, if it's true that he's a Zionist, that guy is fucking scum. And I hope the Russian authorities. Well, I wouldn't do that if I was me. If I was anyone. If I was Russian. If I was Belarusian. Like, what is he doing? Like, did he actually think, like in an airport? Like, at a Russian airport? Like, how fucking stupid can you be? You think you're gonna get away with that by putting on fucking sunglasses right afterwards? Like, what was that? And if you look, he's like he's kind of like trying to figure out how to make a story. If you watch the video, like, he's like, he puts down his sunglasses, and then when people rush toward, he like kind of like you could see like the wheels turning in his head, like, what should I do? Oh, I know, I'll like fall down on the floor and then act like I was hurt. I was like, wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Like, so a 2-year-old can't hurt me, can he? Like, oh shit. Now I'm on the floor. Now I'm kind of like breakdancing on the floor. And then he just like ran away. It's like, bro, are you fucking retarded? Oh man, that guy needs to be. I don't know what I can say and not get banned, so I'll just say that guy needs to be redacted. As in, the word I was going to say is redacted, not he needs to be redacted. Anyway, I remember that show Mark Ruddy called Trump Daddy. Lol, what the heck? What show? Who's Mark Ruddy called Trump? Mentally ill. He's not smart enough to have an excuse. String mannequins. Donated $50. Wait, whoa. Is that like that's not real? He just like wrote that, so I'd fucking pay attention. And you know what that does? That is a ban. You get a ban for pretending that you gave me money. Also, I don't take any money. I don't take money for doing this shit. It's one thing that I promise all my followers. I'm talking about communism. I mean, I guess I won't say forever, because like, I don't know, like maybe I'll be in a pinch when I do need money, and they'll be like, all right, I guess I need the money now. So I can't say forever, but as long as I'm able to sustain myself right now, which I can, I will never ask for money. I feel like if I'm true to my word about communism and that I want the goal of communism to happen, I should never take any money for it. I should. The only one argument I could see, the only one argument is that because psychologically we live under this capitalist system that says like free shit, like there's a psychological thing where like being free is like less quality. Like if I had to like maybe charge like $1 or $5 just to make people be like, oh, it's worth something, you know, I gotta. And if that increases engagement, then I'll do it. But I don't know. I don't fucking know what I want. I just like, you know. For me, I was talking to a friend about this. And then really, like, even money-wise, I never was that materialistic. Even when I won my thing, I think I've said this before. I didn't really like buy expensive car or blah blah blah. And even like I bought like one expensive watch, and I literally just have my dad wear it. My dad wears it now. Because I was like, whatever. I don't like. It just like made me very anxious too. Like I'm wearing this like, thing on my wrist. It's like 10 grand or whatever, and I'm just kind of like, what if somebody like mugs me or some shit or whatever? Was it 10 grand? It was like 7 or 8, something like that. I got it like 2011, a Rolex, Lolex. I might get a car soon for free again. My first car was free. It was a 2004 Camry that from my mom. Actually I drove it to Duke. So I had that car at college too. But I drove it here in 2012. And fortunately, it died in 2023. And I've been carless since then. But then my... somebody... What happened? Oh. Somebody tweeted something. Wait, what was I saying? Something about communism? I don't fucking know. I'm a little high. I'm not gonna lie. If I seem a little off today, I'm a little bit high. Yes, it is live, Chillin' Jazz. Oh, right, buying a new car. So I never officially bought a car in my life. I've been just using my scooter. I used my scooter today. Actually, it's not that. I've been discovering that it's not actually that hard getting around on a scooter. I went to my friend's place in Midtown. That's like 7 miles away. It took me 45 minutes, which isn't that bad for a scooter, especially in LA if you're like during rush hour. Not that it was during rush hour, but like it's not actually that bad comparatively. But anyway, the reason I get a new car because my insurance was going to be fucking through the roof. B, I didn't know if I wanted to stay in LA for much longer. Obviously, I'm here 2 years later, or a year and a half later. Which is why I'm considering getting a car or getting my sister's car. So my sister got a new car, and they have this old, I guess, 2015 Beamer. I think it's a 3 Series, not something. It's not anything fancy. But yeah, I guess it would continue my streak of never purchasing a car in my adult life, which would be funny. Free car, is it a Hyundai? No, actually, I wish it was a Hyundai. I feel like Hyundais are pretty cool now. You got pickpocketed today, so be careful out there. Be careful out where? New York? I mean, in LA, you're kind of always in your car, so. God. I made this comment earlier today. Somebody wrote, or one of my mutuals wrote, Jews have anti-Semitism, Muslims have Islamophobia. Why is there no mainstreamed word for bigotry against Christians? And then I wrote Zionism. I got a fair amount of likes. And then somebody wrote, nope, I'm a Christian and Zionist too, and I know hundreds or thousands, same as me. And I was like, well, not a real Christian. And mute. See, this is what I do. Why am I being added to like somebody wrote nice stream, Doug. Oh, thanks. Oh, you're watching. Thanks. Whatever. Why am I in this fucking retarded room again? It's Fat Chinese 888. Oh, he's Sorry. Larry, you're in this stream. Sorry for dogging on Taiwanese men earlier. If you were here earlier, but I did that, unfortunately. You know what? I'm not gonna apologize. I'm sorry. Taiwanese men deserve to be criticized. It's like none of y'all have stepped up to the fucking plate. You know? Like, Zhang Yu's the best you got? Come on now. Come on. Come on now. That's the best you've got? Yeah. So, you know. I feel like you can be racist when you know the top level person of that race is garbage. So everyone else is obviously like that's where scientific racism comes in. When you like, oh, that's the top level guy and he sucks fucking donkey balls. So then where are the rest of you guys at? Sorry, Larry, again for doing that. Anyway, yeah, NYC if you ever back. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm thinking if I ever, I'm somewhat thinking of being bicoastal. It's funny because I always thought I was going to be bicoastal, and now I'm thinking about it. Oh, I guess I have to allow retard. Yes, people can say you are retard here. Hanging out. Yeah, you need a car. Oh, okay. Cool. Tag says rerun. I don't know how to fucking do Twitch. If anyone wants to like mod for me and figure out this. Okay. I think I took off the rerun. Oh, now they're just 2-8. Oh, God, I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. You know, obviously right now there's only 3 people in the Twitch stream and there's only what, like 6 people in the Yellow Knight stream. There's probably like maybe 10 people in the Twitter thing. So there's not a lot of people here, so I don't think I need a mod at the moment. But, you know, I guess David Tay, you can take that role once I got hundreds of people watching, thousands of people watching. Is the Has stream still going? That's my plan to get the spillover. You know, once Has is done. Haas. I'm not sure like what to call him. Haas. See, American Oriental is watching. The best. Come on. I mean, seriously, come on. Like, even when I was, like, boys with Zhang Yu, right? Even when I was friends with him, I was just kind of like, you need to stop with the rap and shit, bro. I didn't say that. I'm not that mean. I mean, I am mean now, obviously, but I wasn't that mean when I was friends with him, obviously. I'm not like a, I mean, maybe I am. Maybe I should have been. Maybe I should have been that mean because, like, bro needs to, like, hang that up. Like, Mandarin is not a pleasant language to rap in. Like, let's be fucking real, guys. Have you ever heard Mandarin rap that was like, yeah, I'm fucking jamming to this? Even Cantonese, it's got more staccato in it, you know? And it's fucking Mandarin's like, what the fuck's going on, bro? Like, sure, you know? You know, that might do it for your Jay Chow songs, you know? Like, when your Jay Chow love songs, you know, you might, you know, I have that smooth syntax going on, but I guess I am mean, but I mean, like, come on, he literally tried to ruin my life. Like, let me have some fucking fun. He was unsuccessful, and he's gonna learn the consequences of his actions in the near future. So that's gonna happen. But for now, I like to just be a little troll. Long shot peace, lol. Yeah, that's right. I don't know who you are, but that's right. How did Zhang Yu try to ruin your life? I've never heard this before. Oh, God. I mean, a lot of this is unconfirmed, but I feel like it's probably true based on what I know. Yeah, that's right, Steve. I will get him. Yeah. It's funny because, like, whenever I go on my rants, like my angry fucking rants, I feel like people probably think, oh, fuck. Doug's crazy, man. He's gonna shoot someone. He's gonna fucking kill someone, man. It's gonna like be. I'm actually like, as I'm typing this shit. This is me. As I'm fucking going on my fucking attack mode. This is me. I'm like, I'm just like laughing at every fucking like hit, send tweet, send tweet, send tweet. I'm actually laughing like if I'm like fucking in my fucking. In my mode. I actually like when I tweet, sometimes I like admire my crafty work so much that I get up from my chair. I'm like, that was a fucking banger, bitch. Like, get back from that one. Boom, headshot. I'm literally like, I'm playing. I'm playing it like I'm fucking playing Counter-Strike. I'm playing like Twitter like I'm fucking playing Counter-Strike, So when I'm on Twitter and you guys are seeing a show, like picture me as like an esports player playing Counter-Strike and like fucking trash talking people. Have you been blocked by Zhang Yu? Yes, I've been blocked by Zhang Yu now. He put up this whole like, finally fucking blocked me because he like, I remember exactly which. So remember that whole Ben fucking rant he was on that I was attacking? The tweet that he finally blocked me. He was like, like Ben didn't like all this diaspora like couldn't make it in America, whatever, blah, 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 whatever. And I was like, oh, so they should have done the thing like you did and stayed behind and worked it out. Oh, wait, no, you didn't. Bitch is in Taiwan. Bitch has been in Taiwan for the past 3 years. Talking all his shit. Oh, yeah, you don't know what it's like in China. Yeah, you don't know what it's like either because you're in fucking Taiwan. Not only that, you don't know what America's like anymore. You're in fucking Taiwan for 3 years. Like, get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. You know what you're talking about. Oh. Zhang Yu was on the last episode. At like the 30-minute mark, the whole story ties into KTSC. Oh, you're talking about my last. You're talking about not KTSC. You make yourself laugh as all artists do. Me too. Yeah, and again, like I said a billion times before on this podcast, I was like, this is just for me and the aliens billions of years from now. I'm assuming they appreciate humor. I think they want to be entertained as they learn exactly why shit's gone awry. I'm keeping it entertaining for the aliens. So when is China taking back what's theirs from Taiwan? I mean, China is just gonna do what they've been doing for the past 75 years since 49. They're just going to wait it out. It's just kind of like, and the proof is in the pudding, right? Like Taipei or the Taiwanese economy can't keep up with China's. In like 5-10 years, China's like tier 1 cities are just going to fucking, it's like Taiwan, is Taipei even like a tier 2 city at this point? Like, I think the citizens of Taiwan themselves are going to be like, you know what? Maybe this communism thing ain't so bad after all. You know? I feel like that's pretty much what's going to happen naturally on its own. I feel like they won't have to. And that's what China's probably counting on too. They're like, we don't have to do it. We don't have to do shit. We just have to wait them out. Wait these retards out. These DPP whatever retards. And they're already kind of like folding. You could see it, right? They're like, you know what? Maybe we don't have to be so mean to China after all. Maybe, like in the past year or so, you've been seeing like these, like the president, the Taiwanese president even being like, you know what? Maybe it's time to... That's why it's also so funny. Like Zhang Yu thinks like these like straight Christ, like the intricacies and the history after 1949 and the separatism and all this other stuff. And the 228 incident and all this other. I'm just kind of like, bro, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Even Taiwanese people don't care. What they care about is like Asian people at the end of the day, we're practical people. Like even Japan and South Korea right now are being like, you know what? This bullshit from Trump right now is kind of bullshit. Like the trade stuff is like, they're starting to lose faith too. It's just kind of like you're preaching to the fucking choir. Like the Taiwanese people who don't want the reunification, they're never going to change their minds. They're all like fucking stooges, right? They're all fucking, plants. But the average person in Taiwan, they're already kind of like, you know what, whatever. Like most people in Taiwan, I feel like, are like, why are we rocking the boat? I think in 2019, everyone was kind of like, oh my God, the Hong Kong thing, they're going to come for us. They came for Hong Kong's laws, and now they're going to come for us. And the DPP, Tsai Ing-wen and the DPP ran off of that hysteria. But I think, Asian people aren't retarded. They're not Ukrainians. They kind of were like, you know what? Maybe that was a little overblown. And, the United States is not the most stable nation, as we've seen in the past 6 years or so. Maybe we should talk. I mean, we've seen, the Russian SMO. They're not blind. I want to say Taiwanese people aren't, retarded. They're just, selfish and white wannabe. But they're not retarded. I think self-preservation at the end of the day will... I don't think they have to do anything. No Asian passiveness. It's viewed as a weakness in the West. Yeah. What's up, Doug? Glad to see you back in business. Thanks, D. Wallace. This is my third. I've been kind of trying to do this now that I'm not on KTSC, nor do I see myself ever doing anything for Radio Korea ever again. That's the other thing, too. I'm just I feel like I sacrificed the most for this fucking show. I'm the first one who went on that stupid dating show that everyone's like, oh, why are you so autistic, Doug? It's first of all, I was doing that fucking show. I wasn't actually oh, I'm excited for a blind date. I'm excited to be on this fucking show. No, that was not my... I'm oh, I'm desperate to go on a date right now because I'm single. That wasn't my fucking mentality, all right? I wasn't oh, I need to fucking go on this blind date show. No, my mentality is how do I help Radio Korea? If I help Radio Korea, then I'll help the chances of this show being successful. I was a fucking team player, and I did that fucking thing at the consulate, that emergency fucking, protest at the consulate over the Yoon Suk-yeol stuff. Did that at a moment's notice, no questions asked. Yes, I got paid for it, I guess, but it's not something, I'm just kind of doing whatever needs to be done for Radio Korea. I felt like I was fucking loyal as I could be. And so it's just yeah. Anyway, whatever. Homie wanted to date them K-pop lookalikes. Haha, JK lol. Wait, what? Who wanted to date? K-pop lookalikes. I mean, I wouldn't not want to date K-pop lookalikes. I mean, they're kind of hot, right? I don't know, whatever. What happened on Radio Korea? You're gonna have to go. So the lives are on my YouTube. So you're gonna have to go to youtube.com/at what is it? It's youtube.com/at the Yellow Knight podcast for older episodes. But it's in the last week. I think it was June 19th, if I'm correct. Like Hanging Out says, it was within 30 minutes or so, or I think it was 20. I don't know. Just listen to the beginning, half, and you'll see the story about Radio Korea. Ooh, gotta check it out right now. Well, all right. I'll see you later then. Taipei is probably T3 or T4. Yeah. Like, I have a friend who's half Taiwanese, half Chinese. I think his mom's like from the mainland. I think she was born in Beijing and moved to Florida when she was 18, which is probably around, I want to say she was probably came in the late 70s. But she's mainlander and his dad's Taiwanese, I think. And he was saying, so his mom recently moved to LA, and she was like saying, like, yeah, like, fuck Taiwan. Like, Taipei is garbage city compared to type 1 or tier 1 cities in Beijing. It's like his mom hasn't even been to like either place in like 20 years. She's talking all this shit. Like, all these Chinese boomers are like, fuck Taiwan. They're like, the fuck you got? Asian people, at the end of the day, we are... The reason I think Asian people, like, jive with communism more than the West has is because we are materialists at heart. We are dialectical materialists at heart. Like, it's like, we don't like talk. It's like, show me. It's like, all right, that's a lot of fancy language you got there, but where's the proof? So like when they say, oh, Taiwan is like better than China, it's like, no, it's not. We've seen the fucking pictures. We've got smartphones now. We can see things in real time. We got influencers on the streets. Exactly. Results or shut the fuck up. Like, yeah, maybe in the 70s, 80s, 90s, y'all had that KMT money. And since you only had like 20 million people instead of like a billion, yeah, it's easier to develop a small fucking island and make that more advanced, I guess, per capita. But now, it's like, where's your excuse? Your city has fallen behind. With all that money you guys got, your cities look like shit now. So what you guys do? That's the proof. Like that's why I'm like, you know what? Now the Philippines is a different matter. Philippines are retarded. Like they might be retarded enough to be America's Ukraine in that region. They have been amboyed up since 1898, right? So they're kind of the Jeets of Southeast Asia. The British cucked India for, over 200 years, right? So that's why they're Jeets. And so America only did it for 100 years, but they cucked Philippines pretty hard back in the day. You know the song "The White Man's Burden"? That's actually about the Philippines. If you didn't know where that came from. So they kind of cucked the Philippines pretty hardcore. So I could see them being kind of like stupid and being amboy Jeets. But Taiwan itself, first of all, they're a bunch of soft motherfuckers. Like, Taiwanese men, let's be fucking real. I have never seen a Taiwanese man that I've been afraid of in a fight. Like, if some random Taiwanese man was going to fight me, I would not be afraid. Actually, no, that's incorrect. There is one guy. He's kind of a friend of mine, but he does do MMA. So I'd be a little afraid because I'm taking Wing Chun now, so evening the scales, right? But I wouldn't be not afraid at all because he is more trained. So I gotta train. I'll give me another year or two, and I'll go back to that statement. But for now, besides him, I've never met a Taiwanese fan I've never been afraid of. Jeet is short for Pajit, which is, yes, kind of a slur for Indians, but it's more of a slur for an Indian that is like cucked to the West. That just like, like, oh yeah, go Israel. Like, they just say whatever the Western imperialist machine wants them to say. They're like the white man's dog, KTSC fell off so hard. That's right, D. Wallace. I did see you say that on the last one. Ed seems nice, but damn, it's just pure liberal yap now. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, me and Ed, we got off to a rocky start, but I think, like, with the Hawaii trip and, him bringing me out back on and whatever, I was just kind of like, oh, that's not a bad guy. Obviously, we still have a lot of disagreements. I think, like, fundamentally, he does seem like a liberal / anarchist. But whatever. I'm not a part of that show anymore, so I don't care. But yes, Softies, lol, Wing Chun. Yeah, I've got my dummy right here. Kind of like I've been practicing chain punching for speed. But yes, Wing Chun is actually very mathematical. It's very pattern oriented. I guess that's why I like it a lot. It's definitely a martial art for autistic people. That's what Wing Chun is. Wing Chun is Asian autism. That's what Wing Chun is. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Exactly. You have to get into their heads, make them fight themselves. Facts. Asian autism on top. That's right. Coat hanger doesn't hit back. That's true. But the point isn't about hitting the coat hanger. I don't even know where you got coat hanger from. But the point is to train your fists so they are fast enough so that when you are hitting somebody that can hit back, that they can't hit back because you're hitting them so fast they don't have time to react. That's what the point of fucking chain punching is. My Sifu says he, in his 30s, or like when he was younger, he used to be able to punch 13 a second. It's kind of insane. But yeah, if somebody is punching you that many times, it's hard to defend. Unless you're another Wing Chun practitioner, I suppose. Not gonna lie, I like your show better than Tiger Belly or Steeple Weeby Show. Well, thank you, Longshot Beast. I hope a lot of other people agree and tune in. So feel free to share, subscribe, like, I don't know, all that engagement stuff that puts me in the algos. I did notice that my goal, you know what my short-term goal is? My short-term goal with this is to get enough views. Like, it still has, so it records every time I stream, it records, or it uploads it to it automatically on the live section, so you can see past episodes. My goal is to make those surpass KTSC in views. I guess, like, and then my secondary goal would to have enough more subscribers than KTSC, and then be like, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. That's the episode. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do on that episode. I'm going to be like, look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. boxing is autism too. I don't know. I haven't boxed before. But yeah, it's a lot about footwork, and it's a lot about stuff that people mostly don't think about. For example, in Wing Chun, for example, like you want to keep your elbows to the side, because if you keep it up here, you never want to keep your arm up here, because then it allows for body shots to happen. So you always want to like keep the structure. Well, yeah, chess is obviously autism. I mean, like Lisa Doll, the Go champion, like he can't not be autistic. Yeah, I know Gilbert Kellen. Wait, I thought that's what you were kind of saying that because Gilbert, he probably is embarrassed that he knows me now, but he was on the show that I made, Just Doug. So I met him because I casted him to be my roommate, the roommate character. So I was an actor in my own show, and he plays, he plays my roommate. He plays kind of like a freeloading roommate on my. Yeah, I'll just put it in the fucking chat if you want to see that. But your boy Gilbert, he's an actor too. He hasn't really done much acting, I think, in a while. He just does like, I think he does like the UFC or the MMA podcast, as well as Tiger. I think he does Tiger Belly to like make his money, because I think that podcast still makes a lot of money. I mean, that's probably why they're still doing it, even though Kalila and Bobby got split. They're like, well, yeah, it's on YouTube. I just put it. Oh, I'll just put it on both channels. There you go. That's where it is. Or if you're on the Twitter stream, just search Just Doug 4K UHD in YouTube, and it should come up. How did you meet Bart and Joe from JK? So in 2014, I made a music video called Forever Young. And the producer of that video, I guess they knew JK or JK Films, Barton, whatever. And so they hired them to be on it. I don't think they really wanted to be on it. And to be honest, like, I think it was like, it was whatever. I mean, the video itself was not whatever. Anyway, that's how I know them. I haven't seen either of them in a while. I did go to Barbell Brigade for a couple of years when I was doing my powerlifting. When I was on my powerlifting arc, and then so I did see him around here and there. I did meet with Joe a couple times, kind of just to talk about. I think it was like, well, I was talking about my show and all this other stuff, and some music videos I was making, and we kind of knew some of the same people in entertainment, so like like we could kind of knew some of the same people, and so yeah, I met up with Joe after that. He was talking about I think he was talking about the adpocalypse that was going on at the time, which was like 2016, maybe 20 something like that. So that's kind of how I know him. I don't know them that well. Because for the longest time, I think it was them in the Asian sphere, I guess. It was them, it was Wong Fu, and it was like the Fung Brothers. Those were kind of like the big names in the YouTube space. They kind of all knew each other, and I kind of knew of most of them. I met with I met with all of them at some point. I met with Andrew and David very early on, like 2012, 2013 maybe. And I met with Phil Wang 2019, 2018, 2019, something like that. So I know these guys. But yeah, I don't really talk to them, any of them. Asian American YouTube in the 2010s with different vibe. Yep, says this was Doug needs his Michaela and maybe some guests. I mean, I had my a co-host before for MacArthur Manor, the series on this channel, but I'm fine with it just being me for now. I just want my own space where nobody's telling me shit. Nobody's like, well, Doug, I don't know about that. Well, you know, it's not like always that way. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Maybe not always, but like 99.99% of the time. It's just like people wasting my time of like, well, you're not being like that fucking attack on that like little 5-year-old boy. I was like, these guys are like black kids. And then, like, fucking Ed was like, oh, well, you can't be sure. I was like, it's literally in the fucking video. Like, you could see their fucking arms. They're black. Like, I'm sorry, but just because you're black doesn't mean you're a saint. It doesn't work like that. Just because there's racism against black people doesn't make them automatically morally reversed. It's just like, what? God. Just don't want people telling me shit. I just want to talk my shit and not have people talk back. You know? Because, again, this is for aliens. This isn't for, you know, clout. This isn't for, you know, fucking libs. That's for sure. This isn't for people to understand. You know, oh, you have to be more understanding. Oh, you have to be more nice. Oh my God, you have to be more mainstream. You have to be more nice. You have to be more welcoming. You have to do this. You have to do that. You have to do this. Like, it's just like, okay, well, why don't you make a podcast where you do all that fucking shit, and you can call it the Yellow Knight Podcast. If I were to do the podcast of the Yellow Knight Podcast, that's what you can call it too. I gave you the name. Just do it yourself. But that's not my fucking podcast. I'm going to do my shit. To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. Is that Sun Tzu? I think it sounds too Western, actually. It sounds like Alexander the Great or some shit. I don't know. The Yellow Knight, baby. That's right. Doug would be punching down if he mixed it up with JK News Crew and the like. Oh, dear God. Are they still doing JK News? Dear God. Dear God. Dear Lord. I mean, I guess they got families to feed. They got to put food on the table. That's fine. Whatever. I'm not knocking on JK or Wong Fu even anymore. Whatever. Like, I feel like I've knocked on YouTubers or Boba Liberals enough in the 2010s. It's just like, in the 2020s, I just feel like it's just shooting, like, beheaded babies or something, you know? Yeah, that's called a dark joke that would not fly on KTSC. Or maybe it would, who knows? Actually. Exactly. I don't want any fucking actually on my show. Like, libs are just fucking so, like, not only are they wrong, what's annoying about there is that they're so confidently wrong. They're like, they just always appeal to authority. They have they can't think for themselves. It's like, oh, see, because I ratioed you, that means I'm correct. I'm like, well, no, not necessarily. I mean, that just means retards all agree with you. And so congratulations, I guess. You got a retard vote for that. But it's just like everything is appeal to authority for liberals. That's what they fucking go to. You know? Appeal to authority, appeal to authority, appeal to authority. That's all they have fucking have. And then when that doesn't work, they just ad hom. Oh, you're a Trump supporter. Oh, you're ACP, and ACP is bad because they're white people, so they must be Nazi. You know, like it's like fucking. They go to appeal to authority, and then they go to ad hom, and then they're like, oh yeah, we're the revolution. But like, wait, you're doing appeal to authority when you're the revolutionaries, but the that doesn't make your logic collapses upon itself now. You are not revolutionaries. You are appealing to authority, and guess who the authority is? You're appealing to. That's the federal government. You dumb fucks. Like, the federal government controls academia, right? So when you're appealing to academic authority, you are appealing to the federal government. You dumb fuck. But that's all the rhetorical argument you have. Oh, ratio. Oh, everyone voted for Zoran. So, like, that must mean it must be the correct position. Zionists are mad that Zoran is elected. Therefore, he must be. It's like, no, you fucking imbecile. Learn how to think without relying on, like, you know what that is? That's fucking, yeah, if you're on fucking, 20 questions. If you're on fucking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, yeah, appeal to authority. Like, get the fucking phone a friend, phone an audience. That's the best one. That's the best option, right? Or poll the audience, I think is the best one. Appeal to authority. But they're all appeal to authority, right? Like, they're all like phone a friend. That's an authority figure. You want to phone somebody that you think is an authority. Like, yes, in certain situations, appeal authority is great when the authority isn't lying to you all the fucking time. But the problem is the CIA literally develop lies. And that's what you're appealing to. You dumb fucks. You fucking liberal fucking retarded fucks. Get out of my fucking mentions. Never talk to me about logical reasoning ever fucking again. God. Listening to Yellow Night at the gym. Damn, you're lifting pretty late. But glad to be in your ears as you're pumping that iron. You know, I used to do that. I used to be a power lifter back in the day. I was 2000. I was doing that more 2014. I think I was like, you know what? I'm 30 now. Guess I got to take care of myself. What do the bros do? The lift bros. Oh, let's do starting strength. So I started squatting. I started doing all that shit. I think I stopped like 2016 or so. I think what happened was there was this girl that I was into, and I think she was feeling me, like, because I was working out and shit. But then apparently I made the mistake of opening my mouth, and she didn't like the stuff that I had to say. So she was like, you know what, never mind. So I was like, you know what? I don't even like the way I look anymore, and I feel fat. So it's time to just laze out. Let's see. The Yellow Knight Uncensored. Yes, right. I'll never forget Ryan Higa. Doug Kim is the GOAT of all Asian YouTubers. Can confirm. I haven't met Ryan Higa. I met his ex-girlfriend, Arden Cho. She's actually married now, I think. Just got married? I think so. Recently. I made her mad recently. We were kind of like friendly for a while, but then I don't know if she's still mad at me, but I it's because, like, I guess what happened? Partner Track came out, the show that she was on, and I was kind of like, you know what? It's not my thing, but it's nice. For me, that's actually like a vote of approval. Like, I have very harsh standards for things, but I think she took it as like, he didn't support my show or whatever. And it's just kind of like, I mean, I felt bad, I guess. But hopefully, Arden, if you're watching this, hopefully you're not mad at me anymore. I'm just autistic. Sorry, I can't lie. I just have to say whatever I think. The show wasn't for me. I mean, wasn't for me. But I didn't say it was bad. I didn't say it was like terrible. It's like I was just like I'm not into rom-com like lawyer shows that from the standpoint of a woman. That's it's not like I'm a huge Sex and the City fan. I'm not like whatever. Anyway, Doug needs to go to Joe Rogan. I mean, that would be cool. I don't think he would ever have someone random like me on, though. I feel like he only puts on super celebrities. Well, if you can be my mod, David Tay, and get my podcast to a level where Joe Rogan actually invites me, then yes, I will go on the fucking podcast. But obviously, that's not happening until I get a million gajillion followers. Join ACP. Well, I already did, so can't do that again. But the New York Times said you're wrong. Do you mean the Jew York Times? Ooh, am I gonna get banned from Twitch for saying that out loud? I mean, it just fits so well, the Jew York Times. Did you know that half of the white population in New York City is Jewish? I didn't know that until recently. Like the white population in New York City, I think it's 25%. So, which means around 2 million whites in the 5 boroughs. And half of those, 1 million of those, are Jewish. I did not know it was that heavily white. Or the whites were that heavily Jewish in New York. But the other thing is New York Times. You know those executive editors, the ones that call all the shots? 6 out of 10 are Jewish. Guess what? There ain't no Asian people on that executive board. That's for fucking sure. That fucking rag has been like fucking the biggest imperialist piece of shit rag in history. Like LARPs as this progressive, like, oh, New York Times, oh, it's so intellectual and so progressive. Like, no, fuck that fucking piece of shit imperialist rag. Fucking Nazi, anti-Asian Nazi piece of shit. Fucking paper. Anyway. Because, you know what it is? It's like Jews because of the Nazis, right? And because of general anti-Semitism. They have this like protective shield now in the post-war era. And now, because they have this protective shield of like, oh, well, I can't be racist. I'm not white, technically. I'm Jewish, and I've been oppressed by whites. So, I'm kind of on your side. They kind of use those Jews, they elevate them, and then they have those Jews say the most racist shit about Asian people or black people or whatever. And then they can get away with it because they're like, well, if you say anything against us, you're anti-Semitic. It's like, no, we're stop saying shit about us and not expecting us to be like, what the fuck, you fucking retard. Like Sarah Silverman. Like, fuck that bitch. And she was like crying about it a few years ago. She was like, oh, the Jewish representation in Hollywood is so racist. It's like, are you fucking for real right now? Like, I think it was like some like stupid fucking thing where there was a Jewish character that wasn't being played by a Jewish actor. And she like was up on arms about it. I was like, are you fucking serious right now? Like, how much of a whiny bitch are you? Dumb bitch. Dumb racist fucking bitch. God. Fuck Sarah Silverman. Conan the Barbarian. What are we talking about right now? Your brain is too fast? Why are we talking about brains? Of course, the flow is number one. Without the flow, there is no show. Oh, you're saying if I'm on a podcast with other people, they're usually MR. MR is mentally retarded. That used to be my slang. That was back when I was politically correct enough to not say the full word out loud. That was my way of saying it without saying it. MR. I think I said the story before, so I won't repeat it. I feel like I'm gonna be repeating a lot of my stories and be like, Doug, why are you telling that story? You already said that fucking story, stupid idiot. I mean, it's just kind of like even Marx and even a lot of a lot of German Jews themselves are like, yeah, we are kind of in. That was a funny thing. Like when Zionists, I think they wrote something like, yeah, imagine if other people were like us, we would hate that too. Like, God, you guys even know how insufferable you are, and you're still that insufferable. Like, why do that? Why do that? Why not just, you know, either go full fucking atheist, be like a regular white atheist, like, or it's not like you actually believe in Judaism. Like, come on. Like, yeah, if you have those, if you have that hat and you're, got the things on, maybe you're more legit. If you're Orthodox, maybe you do believe in it, but like fucking any Jewish person, any Zionist in fucking government or Hollywood or whatever, you don't believe that shit. Come on, let's be real. You don't believe any of that shit. You're not waiting for a second. You're not waiting for Jesus or Savior. You're not waiting. That's not what you're doing. I left late because I work 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. That makes sense. Did you hear the debate has had with Truth Teller? No, I didn't. I heard stuff from it. I mean, Truth Teller isn't the smartest person anyway, so I wasn't surprised. I've been in spaces with him before, and I think we were actually mutuals for a while, and then I just got annoyed, and I was like, all right, just fucking soft blocked him, whatever. I was like, whatever. Doug is taking the JQ pill. No, I still think the root, I mean, like, I just think the Jewish people are white. Like, that's the thing. Like, non-white people, we don't have a dog in the Nazi Anglo, like, or the Nazi Judeo beef, We weren't a part of that. We don't fucking give a shit. Like, the only reason we're forced to give a shit is because it's part of the fucking Zionist project. It's like after 67, we've been every day, every day, we've been given Holocaust propaganda. Be like, oh, well, the Jews were Holocausted before by us whites. So that's why you Asian people have to care about this more than even your own fucking... Oh, but by the way, you have to forgive Japan for their own war crimes against you. But you have to care about these Jews and the Holocaust more than that. But because you have to forgive the Japanese. It's just kind of like, as a Korean person, I'm just kind of like, this shit's retarded. I'm like, oh no, Holocaust. Oh, it's like, yeah, well, I would rather get fucking burned alive than be a fucking victim at Unit 731. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking joking me? Like, or be a victim of one of their bubonic plague bombs, or be a victim at fucking Nanjing? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, y'all Jews had it easy. Y'all never heard about the fucking Japs. That's for fucking sure. Stop fucking yapping about the fucking Holocaust to Korean people, to Chinese people, to Russian people even. Some Russians were victims of that Unit 731 too. So it's just like, and the Russians were victims of the Holocaust themselves. Like, it wasn't just Jews that died. There were a lot of Soviets that were fucking murked by the Holocaust. They literally wanted to... Like, if you looked at Himmler's plans, they're all like 80 to 90% clearing out of all populations. It wasn't like they were just like, oh, Jews only, and that's it. The job's done. They wanted to clear out like 80 to 85% of Slavs. They only wanted to preserve those who had enough Germanic, I guess, integrity of their genetics to keep around, I guess, or whatever. But they weren't gonna let the Russians live. They wanted that space for the German society. So it's not like, they were just gonna stop at killing all the Jews and like, you know what? You know what, Slavs? You know what, Gypsies? They actually killed a higher percentage of Gypsies. Not many people know they killed 75% of the Gypsy population. Gypsy population was less. It was 2 million people. They cut it down to 500K. So, I mean, like, as a percentage, actually, the Gypsies suffered the most under the Holocaust. Yeah. That's how much research I did on this fucking stupid Nazi fucking Holocaust shit. Like, I am now the world expert on all this fucking bullshit. Because they were like, well, you need to care about it. Never forget. Never forget. You know what? I'm going to take you up on that. I am going to never fucking forget. I'm going to read Raoul Hilberg's fucking textbook. I'm going to read everything I can on this shit. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm never forgetting any of this fucking bullshit. This other bullshit you don't talk about. Like, let's have a fucking movie about Unit 731 in Hollywood. You know, we got Schindler's List already. Let's have fucking John Rabe's List. You know, the Nazi in fucking Nanjing who saved 300,000 Chinese people from the Japanese onslaught. Let's have Rabe's List. Okay? Steven Spielberg, why don't you direct that one? I mean, Steven Spielberg is a fucking Zionist propagandist. Let's be fucking real. Everything he makes is Zionist propaganda. Like in Back to the Future, he's not the director, right? I think Zemeckis is, but he's producer, I think. But like the plutonium that they use for the time machine is from Libyan terrorists. Ooh, Libya. Ooh, it was like 1985. I guess this was 3 years after the fucking Palestinian, the Lebanon war in '82, right? It's just kind of like, oh, and then like in fucking Indiana Jones, right? Did Lucas direct that? I'm not sure. Lucas might have produced that, and I think Spielberg directed maybe. But basically, it was just kind of like the same fucking thing, where it was like the fucking Arabic guy looks like a clown with his sword, like, and Indy takes out his gun and shoots him. It's like, ho ho ho, the West is so much superior to the stupid Muslim, right? You know, fucking Munich. I thought that was like a movie about the Nazis. I never saw it before, but then I read the synopsis. I was like, oh, it's just about these stupid fucking killing Palestinian terrorists. Okay, whatever. I don't care about that. Like, everything is just fucking Zionism. Every fucking movie. And I'm just like, ugh, God. Who cares? But the Europeans benefited from the gypsy cull, as well as the chosen... what? Now they are fucked with Muslim colonization. Doug, you support colonization of Korea by foreigners to save the pop? No, I would not support that. I would support... How about I support communist revolution in the South. So the stuff that Park Han-young did not fucking deliver on in 1950. Fucking idiot. How's the poker scene in LA? Poker scene is pretty good, I guess. I mean, we've got legal casinos. Hustler casinos been getting a lot of traffic now because of the stream. There's always Commerce. The Commerce is always the main one, but I haven't gone there in a while because it is depressing and it reminds me of depression. I never let having a girlfriend hold me back from lifting. Even now as a single guy, it keeps me motivated, bro. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I feel like for me, that's Wing Chun's that thing. I feel like if I do my Wing Chun practice and whatever, I'm gonna just get buff naturally. Locomotives have configuration classes. My favorite's 260. What? I don't know why are we talking about locomotives, but cool story. Splendid engine. ACP, with join ACP, I was talking about your viewers. Doug is taking the JQ pill. I already addressed that. Is there anything you disagree with the ACP about? There are things I disagree, but they're more procedural, or they're not really ideological. That's probably why I won't get into them. And there's stuff about the party that I do critique. I try to, obviously keep that in house. Um, I don't think I would publicly say anything. Um, because tech, yeah, right. It's the same thing with like China, right? Like obviously in general, like on Twitter and most like the more public facing stuff, I'm never gonna say anything bad about China. But like it's not like I don't have my critiques about China. Um, as a North Korea and Vietnam both have legitimate critiques, I think, against China, even though they are technically kind of like allied with them as fellow communist parties or communist countries. Obviously, Vietnam less so than the DPRK because of the Khmer Rouge situation, but I feel like that's improving. Obviously, with their 50th anniversary in April, they did a lot of kind of like talks, especially with the Trump terror stuff. I think that's like just forcing a lot of Asian countries to the table to be like, you know what, maybe China is not the big bad wolf that we were told it was anymore. Maybe that big bad wolf is the person telling us that China is the big bad wolf. I think that's starting to happen with a lot of the non-aligned Asian countries, especially places like Vietnam, obviously, but like Laos, of course, Cambodia, even Thailand, I feel like is somewhat getting on board, though. I can never trust Thailand, right? Myanmar is a little chaotic. I'm not sure what's going on there. Singapore, they just like to play both sides, right? They just like to make money. So I think as China becomes more and more ascendant, they'll just naturally be more and more pro-China, just because they're like, that's where our bread is being buttered. Might as well keep buttering that shit. But yeah, politics is war. Somebody wrote that. And whatever. There was this, God. People talking about fucking, people are crashing out in this this group chat that I was just put back in. I don't even know why I was put back in this group chat. I don't fucking want to talk to these people. Whatever. I feel like I've outgrown group chats now. I feel like group chats are just, I don't know. Whatever. I don't even want to talk about that. Let's see. Can you stop saying summaries from a single comment? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Summaries from a single comment? Bro, I saw that one tweet about Drake dropping subs on his channel. Oh, I think that was just like a random person who had it. I don't think that was actually. Oh, no. I think what happened was Drake was giving a lot of people random fucking subs one day, and he just happened to be one of them. Found it so stupid to learn that there are Holocaust museums in Korea. Right. I mean, there ain't a Unit 731 museum in Korea. Did you know that? There's no my dad didn't even know about Unit 731 until he moved to America. And you know how he learned it? A Chinese doctor told him about it. My dad, at the age of probably like 40, learned about Unit 731. They don't teach you, and it's fucking Chinilpa scum in our government. They covered for the Japs. Long shot peace. Yeah, exactly. We don't even know our own fucking Holocaust, and we're being asked to take care about the fucking Jews. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, if any people have the license to not give a fuck about the Holocaust, it's Korean people. Like, we had 35 years of Holocaust. We had 35 years of concentration camps. You know, when the war was happening, guess who got stiffed on the food? Guess who was starved? It wasn't Japs. I mean, Japs kind of didn't have a lot of food either, but they were given whatever food there was. You know, they starved the Vietnamese people too. They took their rice. They took our food. I'm sure. Um, that's the other thing too. I'm just kind of like when black people are like, "Oh, Korean people are so privileged." I'm like, every Korean person born before 1970 has had it worse than every black American on this planet. So you're just retarded, is what you are, pretty much. Okay. Drizzy Stalinism. I don't know what that is. What happened to the Johnny Somali guy? I don't even fucking know. And honestly, I don't even fucking care. Like that's the thing about that too. Like I was just like, why are we? I understand Mike wanted to like get views, get hits, blah blah blah, whatever, and just kind of like, all right. I feel like this is beating a dead horse. Like we're talking about it every single fucking at the end. Like, oh, what's the update? What's the update? I'm just like, oh god. I wasn't really serious about JQ thing. I think it's schizophrenia personally. Lol. What? That I have schizophrenia? What the fuck? I mean, maybe. Who knows? True, most Jews don't even know the genocide going on in Asia at the time. Yeah. It's like, no. I don't give a shit. Hitler is not even the top 10 worst person of all time to me. Hitler is not even the worst person in that war. Churchill was fucking worse than Hitler. Like, Hitler wasn't even the worst white person in that fucking war. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Hitler was a good dude. I'm just saying he's not as bad as some of these other people. Like, fuck Churchill. You kidding me? Doug, you should go on to HCL or one of them. I mean, if you stake me, sure. I mean, I'm not really rolled for 100K games. But if you want to stake me, that's fine. You should go hit up Sashimi. Whatever. She's alright. She's alright. True, most Jews don't. Oh yeah. What I've been reading lately? What have I been reading? I just finished this Nietzsche and the Nazis book. It was kind of like written by a lib, so it's kind of like whenever he talked commentary or his ideas about or made kind of conclusions, I was like, this is retarded. But it did have some good information about, like, I guess it was a good one-to-one analysis about like how the Nazis used Nietzsche, what points of agreement there were with Nietzsche and the Nazis, what points of disagreement were there, and is it fair to make this assessment? And he does kind of like lean towards the fact that, like, yeah, at the end of the day, Nietzsche sort of provided a lot of the intellectual ideology that backed the Nazis. But yeah, so that was what I read. I'm reading this also or I'm gonna read this biography on Kant. I already read a biography on Schopenhauer. I have a couple biographies on Nietzsche that I want to read as well. I have one on Hegel. I'm still halfway through. I haven't done any work on phenomenology of spirit, but I will probably resume that tomorrow. I don't know. I still have to do, and then for the class that I'm teaching, I have to read Parenti, Black Shirts, and Reds. I haven't read that yet, so I'll do that within the next couple weeks, or within this week. So that's on my plate. Currently, on the plane yesterday, I was reading this. Fink's How the CIA Tricked the World's Best Writers. It's actually pretty fascinating. I haven't read anything England and American related for a while, since I'm kind of saving a lot of that big stack over here. A lot of that stuff is for the later episodes of this mega documentary series that I'm making. But that's why I'm constraining on the German stuff, because I'm going to ostensibly be writing this German episode, Nazi episode, soonish. I say soonish because I said that a year ago, and it still has not been written because now I want to write the overarching. Is it arching or arcing? Overarching uh, world history episode where I kind of like talk about the ideological elements of the West. Going over like a brief history of Christianity, obviously, um, and a brief history of Western philosophy. The canon from Plato to well, I guess Socrates first, but Plato and then Aristotle. To the to Aquinas, to the how that developed, how Aquinas basically discovered Aristotle to recharge, I guess, the school of thought in Western philosophy. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so that's kind of like on my reading plate for now. Um, I finished Leibniz's monadology, and the it has kind of like this appendix that is like the theodicy. But to be honest, I feel like I understand Leibniz now. I feel like I don't need to read anymore. He's not too complicated to figure out once you've read kind of like a little bit. Um, let's see. Poland is up there with Korea. Wait, what is going on right now? Schizophrenia. Sales. Should be reading lately. The only group chats I enjoy are the ones with Doug Kim. Thanks. Watch out, Showgunner. Got a full-on cable guy man crush on Doug. He gonna bang on your door after his workout. Poland is up there. Chill out. He's a friend of mine. Showgunner, just joking. Lol. I mean, it's not the first time. Like, I feel like I have a good amount of hype men, if that makes sense. I think it's just kind of like probably for many Asian guys, I'm like a breath of fresh air. It's just like in the past 5 years, I feel like I got a lot of comments to the effect of, "Oh my God, like thank you for saying what you're saying. Like you're articulating what I've always thought for the longest time." And it wasn't like all the time, but I get these, especially like when I'm getting attacked from all sides, or like I still like people be like reaching out and be like, "Oh, are you okay? Like, I appreciate what you're doing still, blah blah blah." That's really what like kind of kept me going throughout all this. Knowing that like at least somebody, I kind of joke about like the billion years from now. This is for aliens, billions of years from now. I mean, like, no one no one's subjectivity is infinite, right? And what I mean by that is like no one can continually just like kind of give their thoughts and opinions and ideas or whatever without any positive feedback and keep doing it. It just like feels like you're just talking to yourself. I mean, maybe that's what I am doing, sort of, to an extent, or that's what I said I was doing. But like obviously, yeah. Lol, my autism hit me and I couldn't see the joke. I mean, we're all autistic, bro. That's what RFK says, right? We're all fucking autistic because we took all these vaccines. So we're all retarded. We all got the white autism, which is the retard autism. The Asian autism is the genius autism. Like when Asians have autism, we are a genius. We are all cable guys. Cable guy, and put my fucking nipple against the screen, I guess. And what is going on? Population is domestic policy. I don't know what's going on though. Which is 1985. Yeah. We are all cable. Yeah. Let's see. Are you planning to run for office? Oh wait, no. What's your reading? Wait, did I do that? Pre-yellow night workout, Asian autism moment. What is your reading method? I don't really have a reading method. I guess like, when I was really depressed in 2019, it's when I was like really existential, and I was just like, what do I do with my life now? What is my purpose? Oh, blah blah blah. That's when I was just kind of like really depressed, and then my mom was like, "Hey, you're kind of a fucking nerd. You like reading. Like you do reading well. Like whenever you read, you pick up things pretty easily. So why don't you just read?" And I was like, "All right." So I was just kind of like, "All right. I guess since I'm ostensibly it's still in the industry right now, let me read about media people." So I read stuff about Bob Iger and Michael Ovitz, stuff about the industry, just like the attention merchants and stuff like that, about like how people captured attention and all this other stuff, trying to get insights. And then I was also thinking, hey, I might do coding. Maybe I'll go back into tech. I was still pretty like connected with technology and stuff like that. So I was like, once upon a time I was a computer science minor. So I was like, maybe I'll learn some Python. And I started reading stuff like Horowitz's The Hard Thing About Hard Things. That's the A16Z guy. I read 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel. That's actually a pretty good book, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. Like, guy's really fucking evil, but he wrote a pretty good book. What else? Oh, I wrote Sapiens. I read all the fucking Tech Bro books, pretty much. Sapiens. That actually was I actually liked it. It was kind of like a good overview of like human civilization. Now, obviously, I know he's a Zionist and probably like, subliminally wrote like fucking psychopath shit in there, I'm sure. But I don't really remember. That was 2019. Yeah, I guess like my reading method is just like figuring out, A, what is my goal? Like what do I want to learn about, or what am I curious about? And then it's B, okay, given that, who's like the authority, who's like the expert on this subject? And then okay, C, what are the best books consensus wise of this author? And so I read that, and then after I read it, I'm just kind of like, okay, did he say what did he say that was interesting? And I guess like whatever he said was interesting, where can I find more information about that? And so I do the same thing. And I guess cycle is like, okay, so where can I find more information about that? Who's the expert on this thing? What are the best things that they wrote about this? Let me read that. And then that's the rabbit hole. Just keep digging. Keep digging until I know everything about a thing that I was looking up. And sometimes that takes me to other rabbit holes. Like when you're going on fucking, when you're going on the fucking rabbit hole, like in a YouTube video, like this YouTube, like, click on this link or whatever. For me, I guess I'm like the fucking, ancient version of that, where it's like, oh, click on or buy this book to know this more about this, and like, all right, well, let me learn about that. Like, so with philosophy or with the Nazis, for example, it's kind of like, well, the Nietzsche stuff was the most direct influence of the Nazis. It's like, well, in order to know about Nietzsche, you got to know about, my perfectionist OCD. I was like, well, if you want to know about Nietzsche, you got to know about Schopenhauer. If you got to know about Schopenhauer, you got to know about Kant. You got to know about Kant, you got to know about all this other stuff, like fucking Locke, Descartes, Leibniz, Spinoza, blah, blah, blah. So that's my fucking methodology. And that's why I have Descartes, Locke, Spinoza. Those I'll get to when I get to those episodes. Like, they're not German. So, Well, Spinoza's Dutch, right? He's Dutch and he's Jewish, so I think. But yeah, that is my thing. Um, let's see. Are you gonna plan for run for office? Oh, retain dates. Yeah, I just have a really good memory. And I like numbers. So I think that's how I retain a lot of dates. I mean, April 20th, 1889. That's Hitler's birthday. That's one's an easy one to remember though, because it's like 420. Everyone's like, oh, 420 is Hitler's birthday, right? I remember years more than actual dates. I know Lenin was born in 1870. Ho Chi Minh was born in 1890. Stalin, I think, was born in 1878. So Stalin was a little younger than Lenin. I think Kim Il Sung was born 1912, I want to say. And then Karl Marx, 1818. What else is there? Mao, 1893, I believe. Deng Xiaoping was a little younger. I forgot his birth year. Yeah, I'm trying to remember who else. What else is there? A lot of people actually were born in 1917, I think. Weirdly enough. I think JFK was born in 1917. I remember 1917 being a big year for a lot of historical figures. I don't know who else. But I remember JFK, I think, was born there. Yo, Doug, asked you a question about your sis. Figured you'd laugh and reply, but nothing. Oh, what was your question? Okay, skate nerdism. Did you ask it on YouTube? What was the question? You can ask it again. Good job, Doug. I'm a hype man. Everyone knows this. I'm only 25% Asian, but it's fresh air. That's your good side, obviously. I got inspired to get a Wing Chun thing like Doug. Wait, you already got one? Applying for running for office. Actually, like 3 years ago, I was thinking about it, but you know, like I was like thinking about becoming a lawyer, like going to law school, and so I could just do a political career. But A, I realized that was a waste of time, and B, because like law is just petty bourgeois nonsense. I realized in America. And B, you don't really have to even do any. If politics was your actual goal, you don't have to like be a lawyer these days. Like, all you have to do is fucking get enough influencers. K-Town needs reppin'. Nope, not me. Oh, not K-Town social. You're just talking about K-Town. Well, I actually don't live in K-Town, so I can't rep the 90005. That's a line from my Forever Young music video. Because that is K-Town zip code, the 90005. So, the 90005, yo. Everybody won the 313. Put your motherfucking hands up and follow me. Sounds like excellent test taking skills. It is, or it was. As I said before, I got a 1230 on my SATs in 7th grade. Crashed out on the verbal, obviously. Yeah, that was 540, but I got a respectable 690 on the math section in 7th grade. That has stuff. That actually like has stuff until like 10th grade math. I think it SAT only has like 9th grade math. It doesn't really have I think it stops before trigonometry. That's more 1C, I believe. And then there's some pre-calc stuff on 2C, I think. It's been over 25 years. I don't fucking know what the current academia is. Is your sis dating a white dude? And if so, what's your reaction feeling? Again, I don't care about WMEF on a personal level. That's not a thing that I care about, like, dating-wise on a personal level. It doesn't fucking affect me. Like, I don't care about ugly ass bitches who date white men all the time, and that's their thing. But yes, my sister is married to a white man. She's actually dated all the colors of the rainbow before, though. She's not just she's dated Asian, she's dated black, she's dated white. So I guess now she ended up with white, but to her credit, she tried out the buffet, and that's what ended up on her plate. So you can't argue with that, right? Like you gave Asian guys a shot, you gave black guys a shot, you gave white guys a shot, and whatever. So yeah, that's whatever. It's funny though, like the kid, they have a kid now, my nephew, and I'm like, is he Asian? Looks like almost 100% white still, like almost like looks, but whatever. But yeah, I guess that's your answer. So not dating, married, with a kid. I don't know. Maybe that's too much public information. Whatever. We're all gonna die soon anyway, right? Doomer pill time, black pill time, World War III time. Yeah, whatever. Problem with WMAF is the reverse doesn't happen nearly as much. That's not really the problem. The problem is just like the problem is that WMAF bitches don't stop yapping. You know? That's the real fucking problem. When they're fucking yapping about how misogynist Asian men are, how traditional, how Confucian, how terrible China is, for their fucking white liberal media masters, saying all this fucking yap, just yapping. That's the fucking thing that I don't care. Fuck all the white men you want. Do your fucking suck all their dicks for all I care. But like the moment you start talking shit about me or China or whatever, that's like not only fucking bullshit, but it's like straight out, flat out fucking wrong. Like Asian men, for example, have the lowest rate of violence, lowest rates of sexual assault, lowest rates of like crime in general. Like by far, like the stats are insane. If you actually look at the fucking crime stats of like East Asian men compared to every single, like Hawaii is the safest place in America. Like they have the lowest amounts of their murder rate is the lowest in America. And guess where the only place that's majority Asian is? It's fucking Hawaii, you fucking retarded WMAF women who say that we are patriarchy and we just our patriarchy, Asian patriarchy forced you into the arms of a white man. You dumb fucking bitch. Shut the fuck up. That's what the problem of WMAF is. It's this fucking mind virus retardation that needs to stop. You dumb fuck. You dumb fucking bitch. I don't care if you fuck white men. Just shut your fucking mouth, you dumb bitch. Haha, fair enough. She seems too aggro for most Asian dudes anyhow. Haha, got another one for you since we're all chilling here. Can you all talk shit about teen? Wait, who are you, by the way? Are you Plan A? I personally enjoy listening to him occasionally, but he's such a delusional, privileged dork. It hurts. Even that Chris dude barely gets on anywhere. Bro. I mean, I haven't checked out fucking Plan A for a while, but I'm just kind of like when I talked about them earlier, I was just like looking at the SoundCloud just to see the views, right? I'm not like actually listening to their fucking shit. And I noticed like, during the pandemic, obviously they were doing well because everyone's trapped inside listening to their fucking bullshit. Once the pandemic ended, they didn't grow from there. They like started to shrink. Less and less people, like 3x less people from the pandemic. And that's like, and now it's just probably like, yeah, it's just teen in love with the sound of his own fucking voice. That's the thing. It's just a KTSC thing before KTSC. It was just another guy who saw my star rising. I mean, same thing as Zhang Yu. It's all these fucking Asian dudes who see themselves as these fucking heroes for Asian people or whatever, or Asian men or whatever. And they see me kind of doing my shit and I guess the micro amount of attention that I get from the bullshit that I do. And they're like jealous. And it's just kind of like they have to push me aside so they can retain the voice of Plan A, or fucking Straight Talk with Zhang Yu, you know, like, or fucking Planet or KTSC without me. It's just kind of like to prove that no, I wasn't, you know, like a big part of any of them or whatever, blah blah blah. And like they don't need me in my Asian incel army or whatever they want to call it, to, you know, for their own clout or whatever. But at the end of the day, they sort of still like implicitly are jealous of this Asian incel army that they say that I have. You know, there's still like kind of like, and you know, like I'm sure Teen probably like, you know, I've got so many followers on Twitter now, blah blah blah. Like, look how cool I am. It's like, it's so clear that he cares so much about looking like an authority figure. Like, you guys know that he's the son of a CIA agent, right? He proudly said that shit on his previous podcast. That was the thing that he did. You know what happened? He did a previous podcast with this guy, Albert Herr. Albert Herr was kind of like the me before me, I guess. And this was like in 2015. They were doing a podcast together. And that's when they were actually doing kind of like almost like, or Teen, I think, was more of this Asian, like MR Asian, like a legit MR Asian back in 2015. Because he had just gotten divorced from his wife or whatever bullshit. And he was all like fucking like butthurt about it, I guess, in 2015 or whatever. And he started posting all this stuff on Asian masculinity. And, you know, that's when I guess he teamed up with Albert and started doing this podcast with him called like the Mangler Law or whatever. And yeah, what was funny though was like in the forums, in the Asian masculinity forums, everyone would be like, oh yeah, like Albert's the one with like the takes. Albert's the one with like the smart fucking, because like Albert's a Marxist. He like read a lot of this shit that I've read already a long time ago. And he's read a lot of philosophy as well. And, you know, everyone was like, yeah, like this show would be nothing without Albert. Like, it's just like Teen just like nodding along. And then like, I think like Teen said something like, yeah, you're just a psycho with a library card or something, to kind of like acknowledge that he is smart. But like, he's saying that he's like, you know, he kind of tried to do the same thing with me too later on. Because yeah, he realizes that, yeah, we are fucking 10x smarter than his fucking retarded ass. He just, what he does, he's like the perfect encapsulation of a midwit with Dunning-Kruger, you know? Like, what he does is like, he's smart enough to know a correct opinion when he sees it, but he's not smart enough to generate it himself. So what he does is he probably follows all of these people who are smarter than him, and he knows they're smarter than him, and then he kind of repackages their tweets and tries to pass it off as his own, you know. And that's probably like the genesis of what Plan A was for however long, whatever. And yeah, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Like, once, God, Plan A, like, they had their own fucking disaster with Diana. Oh my God. That was hilarious to watch. And I was considering during that time, you know, that was when I was on bad terms with Plan A again. Like, it was the same thing. Like, these motherfuckers, like, they come crawling back too after they try to diss me, because they realize, oh, Doug's kind of like got the juice, you know. Doug's kind of got, you know, something we don't got. And we got to kind of like, that's why I was back on KTSC the second time, right? And that's why I was back on like writing articles Plan A after Diana crashed out on me, right? Like, You know, they and it's so funny because like once they break with me completely, you could tell that they want to be like, oh, he's stupid or whatever, blah blah blah. It's just like, wait, but what does that say about you then? You were desperate enough to bring him on twice because your own shit was boring as fuck. So what does that say about you if you're bad? So they're caught in this fucking trap where they booted me, but they can't talk shit about me because not only because they're probably afraid that I'll talk a bunch of shit back, which I can, but also because their argument collapses upon itself when they talk shit about me because it's like, well, you're only talking shit about yourself because you're so useless. You had to go back to this guy that you hate. Anyway, but yes, even Chris is like a fucking PMC bitch. Fucking Chris is a little fucking bitch. I don't like him at all. But really, it was all about Jess Ree being a fucking WMAF bitch the entire time. That's where Teen really was like, how dare you go against my, co-founder colleague. And I'm like, fuck you, dumb fuck. That's what happened in 2023, 2022. I don't even fucking know. Fuck these retards. I don't fucking care. Dude, I had no idea you went to Duke and finished 7th in the World Series of Poker. The time Jamie Gold won. Oh my god. Yeah, that happened. 19 years ago. What do you want me to say? Yeah, it happened. Nah, just an eccentric, unique Asian dude. Yes, I'm assuming you're talking about me. Did you ever run a David show in Vegas? No, I did not. I heard some of his stories, though, from other people who listen to his podcast. And I think he's kind of just not a good human being. But that's just me. Asian incel army, but I'm not an incel. Your haters are Delulu. Yeah, no, this was even before you were, you were a fan. This was just kind of like, I guess, in 2022, 2023, when they were just like, all of his followers are Asian incels, and just like, whatever. All right, whatever. I mean, are there any Asian American orgs that aren't compromised? This organization of one. I guess like the word organization presupposes more than one into a unity, right? But I don't know. Yeah, this is the only organization that isn't compromised, that I can confidently say is not compromised. And maybe you shouldn't even trust me. Maybe I'm being paid by Peter Thiel. Like, don't trust me. Trust yourself. Trust your brain. Trust your instincts. I would love to hear you two going off and you ripping him a new one. Shit would be entertaining as fuck. I mean, David Show, I think. Are you talking about David Show or are you talking about Teen? Because Teen is just retarded. It's just like, you know what Teen represents? Teen represents second generation second generation Asian American male cucked existentialism. That's what he represents. It's like, first of all, he's second generation, right? Like, so he's second generation Asian American man. And he's clearly cucked. Like, let's just be fucking real. Like, he was cucked to fucking the dumb fucking feminists at Plan A, that's for sure. That's why he was so afraid of being called an incel that he basically let Jess Ree and fucking Diana run the show for the longest time because he was too much of a fucking ballless bitch, a eunuch bitch to, like, Because his whole thing was like, oh, well, if it's an Asian guy face of it, people aren't going to look at it well or whatever. People are going to call us incels or whatever. I was like, well, yeah, with that mentality, yeah. um, but yeah, like for me, teen doesn't even register anymore. And you know what? That's what probably annoys him the most. Like he so desperately wants to be in the conversation, even if it's bad. You know how I know? Because like when Jay Kang, I'm kind of friends with him. He's like a writer for the New Yorker. He wrote for ESPN. He's kind of like a journalist. He wrote this book called The Loneliest Americans, talking about Asian Americans. And I was in one of the chapters along with Albert Herr. And Teen was so mad. And I could tell because he was like, adding, Jay being like, oh, do you know that Albert was a serial abuser or, assaulter? Like, how are you going to promote this guy? Blah, blah, blah. Basically saying, how are you going to promote him and not me? He didn't say that part. I mean, he still has the wherewithal not to be that fucking cringe. But we all knew that's what he was trying to fucking say. And it's just kind of like, oh my God. Like, it was cool being in the book, like, but it wasn't like, that's like what you want so bad. You want to be recognized so bad in some sort of mainstream product that you're crashing out over this stupid fucking book. Sorry, Jay. I mean, it's a good book. It's a decent book. I mean, but I'm saying stupid fucking book in terms of like, this is such a trivial thing. That's why it's so fucking... Like, Teen, like, he's nothing to me. Because, like, he thinks so fucking small. And that's why I don't really talk shit about him. Because, like, talking shit about someone who doesn't even matter, it's like a waste of time. It's like, I think I wrote a tweet, one of my Art of Internet War tweets. I wrote, what was it? There is no need to step on someone who is a cockroach to you. All you will do is dirty the bottom of your shoe. What I mean by that is, like, if you crush someone who's like a dumb fucking cockroach, all you're going to do is look like cruel to the rest of them. Like, yes, obviously I fucking dunked on his ass. I'm not saying that I'm not cruel when I want to be. But, like, it's beating a dead horse. I've already fucking dunked on his ass enough where I feel like I've done it. You could check the fucking tape. You can search Twitter. I've done enough. And I feel like doing any more than that would mean that I would care, but I don't care. I don't care enough to do any more than that. That's why I'm just like, I'm done. We need to form a non-compromised Asian American org. Well, I mean, this is it, right? This is what I'm doing. This is the army. We're building it now. This is the org of Ted, including the chat. That's right. I call myself an incel unironically and not have that problem. I mean, I was never really an incel. Like, that's the thing. Like, I said this before, but I was like, I was a millionaire at the age of 20, multimillionaire at the age of 22. The idea that I could not get a woman interested, like, are you kidding me? As a 22-year-old, I'm not like bad looking, I'm 6 foot. It's not like I'm this short, ugly, hunchback of Notre Dame person either. So it's just like, the math ain't mathin'. Yes, I was celibate, but that's because I was a fucking Christ cell. For 31 years of my life, almost 32 years of my life. And now I'm more of like a Ho Chi Minh cell. Because I heard that Ho Chi Minh, once he became the premier of Vietnam, remained celibate for the rest of his life. I mean, he was married before that, but He never had kids, or so we know of. The official line is he never got married in Vietnam. That's kind of a lie. But he had a Chinese wife that he last saw in 1938, I believe, in Hong Kong, when he was arrested by, I think, British authorities. Who the French wanted him, but the British authorities decided for whatever reason not to give him to him. And but yeah. But that's the whole, like, just like, God, is that all you guys have? Incel. That's like also like, it's a very white insult. It's like, if you were in Asia and you're calling people incel, it'd be like, yeah, that's just normal. Like, why would you want to be a degenerate that's trying to have sex with all these people before marriage? You fucking degen. It's like if you went to Asia and you called people incel, you'd be like, okay, I guess. I think we're more trying to not be degenerate, but sure. I mean, obviously, it's a little changed now, the westernization of Japan, and, well, Japan's always been degenerate, but, like, I guess the westernization of South Korea and other places under American influences. But yeah, Asian American L League. L of Mephiel, finger slip moment, autism moment. Groypers made being an incel funny and cool. Yeah. I wouldn't really say the Groypers are cool. The Groypers, I feel like most people who are Groypers grow out of it by the age of 25. They're just kind of like, at the age of 25, they're just kind of like, you know what? This was a fun... I feel like Groyperism, I don't know too much about it. I do follow a few Groypers, or I'm like, I'm mutuals with a few Groypers. Just because I want to see what they're talking about. I'm not a fucking Groyper, obviously. There's this one Fire 740 who always likes my shit, so I guess I think we both make jokes at each other, like, like he makes his Hitler jokes, I make my Stalin jokes, like, I'm just kind of like, yeah, join the Stalin side. He's like, no, join the Hitler side. Like, so we kind of have a funny dynamic. I'm on Gab. They're my, like, biggest mutuals. We're cool and just make ironic jokes with each other. I don't know what Gab is. Is that a new chat? I mean, yeah, I think what Groypers, I will say that they know how to appeal to people very quickly. They are probably not because they care, but they know how to identify what people care about very quickly, and they know how to move very quickly on that. And so they are much more coordinated than any other political group, for sure. They all kind of, like, step in line and do whatever Nick Fuentes wants them to do. Impressive. I'm not going to lie. It's very impressive that he can retain such authority. But they are the Nazis. They are the KPD. In this analogy, or not the KPD. We're the KPD, right? The communists that were fighting the NSDAP. And so, we all know how that shook out 100 years ago. We're hoping for a different result this time around. But yeah, I think the thing about Groypers is that they're also fairly intelligent. I think the average Groyper is probably around 110 to 115, if I were to guess. A lot of autistic Groypers for sure. A lot of people are just, like, sick of liberalism. The hypocrisy of liberalism I see in Groypers. And that's what Nick Fuentes capitalizes on. I think he has a lot of material to work with. The reason he's so popular is that liberals are just that insufferable. That, like, people are like, you know what? I'd rather even if I don't even agree with half the things I say, as long as they're against these annoying fucking liberals, then I'm on board, you know? Like, I don't even know about this Jew hate stuff or this Israel stuff. Whatever. Sure. I guess, like, whatever. Fuck, whatever. Like, I don't even know if, like, half the Groypers actually even believe in, like, Hitler or Nazism or whatever. They're just kind of like, you know what? Something different. And I'm young and impressionable. And I'm tired of this bullshit of the establishment saying white men are bad and evil and whatever, ontologically evil. And I get it. I get it. Like, if I were a white dude and there was a political party saying I was ontologically evil all the time, I would be pretty fucking annoyed. And I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to join whatever thing that is against that. And so I get it. I get it, Groypers. I get it. But eventually, I'm hoping a lot of you Groypers, as you age to 25 and realize that having these political positions are not tenable or not productive or will never kind of produce the outcomes that you actually want. So that's when I'm just kind of like, all right, come to the communisms. Come to the communists. Groypers are salesmen. Yes. Okay, so then it's cool when you're 16 and when you're 18 you grow it out. That's my perspective. I mean, you're a little younger, so I guess I'll trust you since you're more the authority on age. When you get to 41, you're just kind of like, what's a few years? But I understand, like, when you're, you know, in your early 20s, late teens, like a 3 year is like a huge chasm. It's like a freshman and a senior, right? It's just kind of like, oh, wow. But yeah, like I feel like Groypers, once they get out into the fucking real world, have a job for a few years and like figure out how shit actually works, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, whatever. You know, I feel like that's what they're gonna do with Groyperism. Well, I'm nowhere near your academic book read level, but as someone that's been coming and living in Southeast Asia for 14 years, I definitely have a lot of lyrics with factual views on the homelands. No, I mean, like, for me, I'm actually, you know, everything I've read or know, I've read only in the past 4 or 5 years. And really, like, ramped it up in the last 3 years. So I didn't know too much about I didn't even know that much about the Soviet Union before 2022. I started reading really hardcore after the SMO. That's when I read Capital. I think I finished Capital that year. Or did I finish the next year? I might have started Capital 2022. Yeah, that's when I started reading hardcore. So, you know, everyone, well, maybe not everyone can do it because I do have infinite time. That's why I'm like, you know, I'm technically bourgeois, but I'm not like shamed about it. Like, that's, you know, Lenin said Marx and Engels were literally bourgeois. They, you know, you can't come up with Marxism. You can't come up with capital if you're working 14 hours a day like the rest of the working class. You can't, like, write that shit down. You know? So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to be one of the ideological vanguard, advanced ideological vanguard people. Especially since, like, yes, there are plenty of Chinese people who are well-versed in Marxism. You know, they don't need me telling them about that. But I feel like what I try to do, at least for Chinese people, for Asian people in general, is I try to be the Occidentalist for Asian people. I try to be like, this is how the whites are. This is how the Wests are. If you haven't figured it out, Chinese people, because you're kind of naive and you kind of take Americans at face value, but you need to know that they are a lot more perfidious than you can imagine. And this is why I do this. And then on the flip side, I'm just kind of like trying to teach, you know, the other non-Asian communists what Asian Americans are like. Hey, we're not what the media has probably told you we are. And so, yeah. Maybe, like one of the things the KPD didn't do well was taking care of the Jews because they were like, well, ideologically, it's not part of our 12, that's not part of our Marxist-Leninist canon, whatever. It's like, well, yeah, maybe, but you might get those Jews on your side if you fucking defend them from the Nazis, you dumb fucks. It's like you might get those Asians on your side if you start defending them, you dumb fucks. Right? It's like an easy fucking recruitment strategy. Hey, we see these anti-Asian hate crimes. We're the only organization, the political party that wants to address these. Will you join the ACP? Like, that's a fucking recruitment idea right there. And it's right there. It's like a fucking low-hanging fruit right in front. Am I taking crazy pills? Like, how do they not see this fucking low-hanging fruit of addressing anti-Asian hate? And you don't even fucking have to make it big part. Like, that's the fucking stupid part, too. It's like, people have, like, both the Democrats and Republicans have done so little that you could just fucking pay lip service and probably recruit people with that. Like, God. But whatever. They get humor. That's what sets them apart from everyone. I mean, I would say I get humor, right? Maybe that's my edge for the ACP, I mean, I guess Haas is pretty funny too. He has his moments. But I guess like maybe I'm more Joker type funny. I'm more I can get pretty dark pretty fast. But yeah. Between all the war, rape, torn, war colonization, everything else we've been through, damage is so deep and IMO irreversible. Well, that's a little doomerish. I mean, look at where Asia is now compared to 100 years ago. Right? Literally, what was 100 years ago? 1925? Like, literally all of Asia was fucking bullshit, except for Japan, of course. And so, I wouldn't say the damage is irreversible. Obviously, like, yeah, just communism. Just get communism and it is reversible. Yeah, bro, that's where I'm at. Literally just like feminists for the most. Feminist women love Eminem. Chicka, 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 Slim Shady. Feminists, I don't think anyone likes feminists anymore. Like, I think woke just died. Everyone fucking hates woke. Like, even women hate feminists now. Like, I've seen so many, like, women saying, like, I hate feminists. I just disagree with the conclusion of Hitlerism. Yeah, so that's why you should agree with the conclusion of Leninism. Down. What's down? I agree, bro. Addressing anti-Asian hate is an easy dunk for the ACP. I mean, right? Right? That's like... But, like, obviously, since I'm not a cadre yet or whatever, blah, blah, I don't want to push anything, until I'm in a position to. But I'm just kind of like, that's why I'm like, all these fucking retards just, like, being like, oh, why do you care about race so much? It's like, you dumb fuck retard. It's not like I care about race that much for my own fucking self. Whatever. Like, yes, I'm a privileged Korean, who doesn't actually face, like, too much racism in my actual fucking life. You dumb fuck retard. Obviously, I care about it because I care about my fucking community, you dumb fuck. These are the fucking white fucking retards in the ACP, like, trying to, like, fucking dog on me, like, from the RTSG. Fuck those motherfuckers. Yeah, so it's just kind of like, not only is it not just about for my personal thing, it's just kind of like, it's an easy fucking recruitment dunk. And it doesn't even take that much. It just takes an acknowledgement. It just takes like a one of those, when they write those ACP like it just takes one fucking letter like that. And like instantly you'll get people being like, "Oh, wait. Nobody else said anything about that. Democrats don't do shit. Republicans don't do shit. Wait, the ACP like actually even fucking acknowledge this thing? Oh, yeah, let me look into this thing." And like I said, even Asian Americans, since we were brought up with Confucian ideals, we naturally are materialists. So like Asian American, like yes, we might come from Gusano backgrounds, but like logically speaking, we are the most likely people to understand communism on a intellectual theoretical level. Like cuz we've been communism has been beaten into us, like if you were raised by a Korean Christian parents, communism was beat into you. All these fucking Christian ideals, respect for your elders, like you got the communism beat right into you if you're Asian American, But yeah, whatever. I mean, in the case of Groypers, they got ironic humor. My issues with communism is that they try to elevate women a little too much. Mao even said women hold the path to the sky. I mean... Wait, why does it say my thing? It says intended for certain audiences. Oh, man. I guess I got... may contain politics and sensitive social issues. Man, Twitch is the algorithms got me already on Twitch. I've already been what's the word? Shadow banned. Well, me and my 11 followers. Warning. I do think they're kind of race blind to a fault. Wait, Wong Oni-chan, what ethnicity are you? Are you Asian? See, I don't agree with, for example, this is one thing I don't agree with Haz about. I don't agree with his takes on autism or psychology at all, or the intelligence at all, like IQ and stuff like that. I'm like, sorry, there are certain things where there are people who are just genetically fucking gifted at, in terms of intellect. Like, any fucking person, if you were an engineer, or if you've been near fucking actual complex mathematic physics people, there's no way you haven't run into someone who's fucking just a born genius at like, and I was reading about this too. It was just kind of like there's this, I guess, like, I don't know if it's like real or not, but there's this syndrome, I guess, that was discovered. I don't know if it's like a real discovery, but it's called the savant syndrome, where it's just kind of like, I guess it's classified as like they can do stuff in this one specific thing really well that can't even like be explained, like how they're able to do this shit, but but to the detriment of like everything else in their life. They're just like kind of like a fucking train wreck when it comes to like normal people shit, but they can do this real thing, like, so they call that savant syndrome. And they found that 50% of the people who have savant syndrome are on the spectrum. So I'm just kind of like, no, there's, first of all, you don't know what you're talking about at all. And like, I'm thinking like it's very likely that Haas himself is autistic or on the spectrum. Like, motherfucker acts like it. Like, he gets triggered all the time, whatever. Let's be fucking real. Like, and let's be fucking real. Marx, nobody writes 1,400 pages of fucking yarn and wool without being autistic. I'm sorry. That just doesn't happen. Um, so yes, I understand why he does it. Obviously, a lot of the fucking retarded, DSA, PSL people are these white autists, right? That's why I say white autism. Yeah, if you coddle someone who's autistic from birth, and because they're autistic, and you just let them crash out whenever, and you don't do anything about it, then yeah, they're gonna grow up to be total fucking retards. Well, if you're an Asian autist, or if you're Karl Marx back, or if you're white autism, white autist in the 1800s, where people actually valued intelligence, um, then you're actually fucking necessary to to do certain shit to advance humanity. Like like Einstein. Come on, Einstein was fucking autistic. Like, come on, Oppenheimer. Anyone fucking building nukes or all the science shit, like Senko is probably autistic too. Let's be fucking real. Um, but yeah, the it's not just autism by itself that makes someone a genius. It's autism plus forcing that person, or making that person, maybe not forcing that person, but if that person finds a special interest on their own, and they hone that skill, and they're trained or made to hone that skill, then that autism becomes a fucking weapon. Like even the CIA, that's just like weaponized autism. They just like fucking, maybe that's more the NSA. They gather all these people to fucking troll people or whatever at the NSA on the internet. Um, but yeah, it's like they know how to like engagement bait or whatever. All that stuff is like pattern recognition and whatever, and memory and recall. All this stuff. Some people are genetically predisposed to be really good at that shit. Just like LeBron James is genetically predisposed to be very fucking good at basketball. Um, you know, and that can actually be explained scientifically too, because we're not saying that black people in general are all fucking strong and athletic or whatever. It's just kind of like, if you do the science, right? They carried them over from Africa to the Americas. A lot of them died, right? Like, I think it was something crazy, like 40%, 50% of Africans brought over to be slaves, like, died on the way. So already it's kind of like only the strongest Africans were coming to America. The people who could survive that voyage, first of all, and then survive very harsh working conditions for centuries. Like, it's like the creme de la creme of strong black people were like almost like naturally selected in America for like 300, 400 years. So it's like, yeah, it's not a big surprise that a lot of athletes in America are black. It's just like, because if it was just about blackness, you would expect a ton of, for example, like Africans to be in the NBA. But what do we see? We don't see that. There's Greek Africans. Like, I guess you got the Greek Freak. You got French black people in the NBA. You got Canadian black people in the NBA. But you don't really have too many black people from Africa in the NBA, and that's where the genes came from, right? So if it was a genetic thing, we would expect a lot more black African people in, and that's what I talk about. That's why I say Lysenko racism, right? Like, it's like kind of like, all right, so what's the historical materialist essence of how they got to this spot. And and that's the thing with the Asian Americans too. It's like, how was how was the laws of Hart-Celler designed? They were designed to like they're like, oh yeah, we'll take any Asian off the fucking street in like the middle of fucking like Seoul. Yeah, we'll take any Asian in Korea. Like, otherwise every fucking Korean in Korea would have left after Chun Do-won's craziness, right? Everyone would have left. No, they had requirements. You had to fucking be, you had to have a certain amount of cash. You had to have a certain amount of training. You had H-1Bs, right? My dad was a doctor, for example, or a lot of Koreans came who weren't professional like that. They were usually like dry cleaner owners or whatever. They had enough cash. They could show that, oh, we have this cash to start this business, and that's how we're going to survive. That's how we're going to make it here. So when you self-select, that's why Asians are doing well. I mean, obviously, like, there's the Asian culture, blah, blah, blah. But you're also selecting the creme de la creme of, like, Asian intellectual talent. So it's like, yeah, you guys are actually being racist because, A, well, Asians are genetically smarter than everyone else. No, just kidding. But B, we literally chose the creme de la creme, and now you're nerfing them for the sake of fucking your retarded liberal white kids who get in with legacy admissions. And the standards of your education drop, and you no longer can compete with China engineering-wise because you literally lowered the standards so much for your STEM-related fields that you literally fucked yourself into just being colleges for retards. What else is going? Yeah, Han Chinese, specifically of the southern variety. I don't know the difference between South and North Han, to be honest, but Savant syndrome is like the Rui Rain Man. Autism and trial by fire equals unbeatable. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, Kanye is definitely autistic. Like, I actually don't buy the bipolar stuff either. I actually think he's right and say that he was probably misdiagnosed. And I'm going to talk a lot more about this on my Kanye episode. Oh, God. I'm like way behind, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess that's why I'm doing this shit every week. So I guess I can give some content. I feel like, I guess I feel bad when I don't post for a long time. But I guess that's what I like to do. I like to do it my way. I don't care about you got to do it every week and get your engagement and blah, 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 or whatever. And it's just kind of like, you know what? Whatever. Like, again, I'm doing this for aliens. Whatever. Southern Han are a mix of Northern Han who mix with indigenous. That's why they're shorter. Oh. There you go. I always thought I was taller because I drank a lot of milk in America and had better nutrition here. Gonna hit the hay. Curious who Albert Hur is. I guess I'll talk about him on a later show. Maybe I'll bring him on, actually. He's in LA. Forming an uncompromised Asian American org would be sick. Could be in pipe. I mean, that's kind of what I was trying to make the Yellow Knight all along. That was my vision for it in 2022. I actually what did I say? In 2022, I made this channel, but I also made the Yellow Tiger Party. This was way before even the ACP was even conceived of. I was just like, you know what? Fuck all this noise. Fuck the DSA. Fuck the PSL. Let me make the Yellow Tiger Party. It's kind of like paying homage to the Black Panther Party. You'll see that a lot of things I do pay homage to things. Like Yellow Knight is Dark Knight. The Yellow Party or the Yellow Tiger Party is like the Black Panther Party. Because like the Black Panther Party, that actually didn't start as a Marxist-Leninist party. It was the Black Panther Party for self-protection or something like that. Basically, they were like, yeah, this fucking violence against our people is ridiculous. and so we need to arm ourselves. And so like that's the basis. That was the basis of the Yellow Tiger Party, right? The violence against our elders and random fucking attacks by POC lumpenproll scum. That's unacceptable. And so I need to create this party that also believes that this is an unacceptable position. Yeah, you can go on it. Twitter, I think it's yellow without a W, Yellow Tiger Party without a W, because I think the 15 character limit. So you can check that out. I don't think it's there's no that was back in 2022 when I was trying to do that shit. But Twitter banned that account or suspended that account too when I was getting all my shit suspended. So that kind of died with that. But families specifically from Fujian, Koreans generally just tend to be taller. Is that true? I don't know. Florida has something similar called Jose Marti Youth, which is like Cuban organization, works along Florida speed. Yeah. See? We would be that. The Yellow Knight, dual power with the ACP. Or the Yellow Tiger Party, rather. But now that I'm part of the ACP, I feel like I can't really make another party. I guess I can make an arm. All right, it's kind of getting kind of late even here. 12:40. Wow. How many hours has it been? 4-hour stream. Jeez. Been talking for a while. I was getting Joe Rogan length. All right, I'll see you guys again on Sunday. But good times, good times. If you have any questions, again, come with questions. I like answering questions. I love Q&A. Ask me anything about life. I don't care. Just don't ask anything stupid. I mean, am I unapproachable? People say that. Some people think I'm unapproachable. I guess like if you've never met me, IRL, and you just saw my Twitter, you would be like, oh, "This guy's fucking crazy. This guy is fucking crazy." But no. So, yeah. Ask me anything, even if it's stupid, even if it's retarded. I might make fun of you a little bit, but I'll try to answer. If it's a serious question, I'll try to answer it, even if it's retarded. I want to keep this interactive. Keep it casual. Keep it light. Yeah. Honestly, the more that I think about it, this is just like for me to like just say shit without making it a whole big thing. Like, I guess, yeah, that's I said this before multiple times, but like my OCD thing wants to have, if I put something out, it has to be perfect, and like the whole thing has to be explained, and I can't, make it so that somebody could take a part of it and be like, oh, well, he didn't get that part right. So I have to like be obsessive about every single thing. And so like when I would think about, oh, like a current event that happened about like, like if Kanye said something crazy or whatever, now I wanted to make the whole episode about Kanye, like the whole background. But like, let's say something like that happened and I wasn't working on a Kanye episode and he just said that. I'd be like, well, I don't want to make a whole episode about just that one comment. But now I got a container. So like if random shit happens, I can just talk about it and like not care about like making a whole big thing about it. So that's like, I guess, the function of this podcast or this thing that I'm doing right here. So for those of you who are not familiar, there are 3 separate things I'm working on for the channel. One is the thing you're watching. That's the new thing that's been the past couple of weeks. That's in response to me being kicked off KTSC the second time, being like, you know what, maybe I should just have my own regular thing, because on that channel, all the videos are like, where's Doug? Where's Doug? Well, here I am. So now you can go there. The second thing I was working on is the thing I've been more recent as well. It's the first time I was kicked off KTSC, but those are video essays, and they're more like video dissertations, because you'll notice that some of them are almost 3 hours long. One was about the entire history of Hollywood, from Edison and on, and the other one was about Obama and his CIA ties and his creation of Okonomics. Definitely check out those. I feel like I'm really proud of those. They didn't get a lot of views, but I don't really care. I'm not about the views. I'm about being correct and putting out content that I feel confident about. The last thing I'm working about, and I've been working on for the past 2, 3, I guess some would even say 4 years. Because I kind of had this idea that, oh, in a lot of ways, Asian people are like, Jews in Nazi America. I mean, Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany scapegoated the Jews specifically for all these reasons, historically, blah, blah, blah. In America, the Nazis, like the nationalists in America, like, they don't have the same beef with the Jews. But who they do have beef with is the Asians, China, you know? And so in 2021, that's when I first was like, you know what, these anti-Asian hate crimes, they're kind of like the start of like anti-Semitism in Nazi Germany. That's when I started to, that was like the kernel of that idea. And that's kind of what I've been researching for the past couple of years. That's why I've been reading all of German philosophy. Being like, I need to analyze exactly how the Holocaust happened. And then when I analyze that, I can sort of tease out the parallels to current day Nazi America and anti-Asian hate crimes. Because there are a lot of parallels. And when I was doing my research, like the Nazis themselves, they always say like, oh, the Mongolian horde, the communist Mongolian horde, they were talking about Russia, but there's anti-Asian hate baked into communism all the way, even before China was communist, and that has to do more with like Orientalism and like West versus East kind of like, this 700-year West versus East thing that's been going on since the beginning of capitalism. But you think they're bringing back the internment camps? I mean, whatever form the Nazism, the Nazism in America is not going to take the same form as the Nazism in Germany or even their previous policies. Like, that's the thing with like these ideologies. Like, everyone's stupid and liberal thinks that these ideologies are static. Like, the communism of 1930s is the communism of today, and therefore it's all bad. Or the Nazism of the 1930s is exactly like the Nazism of today. So if we see anything that's anti-Jewish, that must be Nazi. And it's like, well, wait a second. Let's replay that logic. So if I'm a Jewish person, right? And I see that if anything is against me, I can just say, oh, that's Nazi and anti-Semitic. What is going to stop me from doing whatever the fuck I want and using as that get out of jail free card every time for 80 years? Like just put yourself in the shoes of a Jewish person being like, oh, I get to do whatever fuck I want, and if they call me out on it, I just call them anti-Semitic. And if I get arrested for it, like rape charges, all I do is run away to Israel. Like, you literally have, that whole thing with like power corrupts and power corrupts. What do you think happens to a people when for 80 years they're told they can do whatever the fuck they want, and if somebody complains, they can just call them a Nazi? Like, when you have a people allowed to do that for 80 fucking years, they're not going to turn into good people, let me tell you. They're not going to be like these virtuous people at the end of that. Power corrupts, absolutely. Like, do we all forget about those fucking like liberalism? You know why liberalism is the most retarded ideology? Liberalism believes in the goodness of humanity. Liberalism is dependent on the goodness of humanity. You know how I know that? When liberals are mad at people, they say, do better. As if they were cognizant of wanting to do better the first time around. Like, are you fucking retarded? Do you not know how the world works? So, wish you commented on my last post, but all good. I don't even know what your last post was. Whatever. Whatever. I've been doing this for 4 hours. Again, I don't get paid. I said I didn't want to get paid, but I don't get paid. And this is where I do whatever the fuck I want. So if I don't get your comment, sorry. But I also don't give a shit because, yeah. All right. On that note, I will see you on Sunday.